Oh boy. Oh, I didn't turn my my room mic off, so hopefully that didn't bleed into the mic too much. Oh, there was a little bit of Painkiller in there. There was a little bit of Strange Deja Vu by Dream Theater in there. But woo. I haven't had my coffee yet though. I just woke up. Well, I mean, I woke up a little bit ago. Yo, Slime. I woke up a little bit ago. Had to fix the pipes outside my what do you call it? Hose spigot. My spigot's outside. One of them was still dripping, so I had to, get back in and get the wrench out and crank the valve closed. And we'll have to see if that worked later. Oh, shoot. I have to take my ring off to drum, and I forgot to put it back on. Okay, so here's the deal. Today, I've got a nerd night tonight. I'm going to the nerdery to play Blood on the Clock Tower, and so I don't have time for a full speed run. However, I heard you guys want to see verifications anyway, and there are a lot of runs in the verification queue right now. And so I thought, let's oh, hang on a second. I'm a little out of breath from the drumming there. From all of that. But all right. Yeah. More drums. You know what? I did say that we're going to play Metroid Prime 3 in the stream title, but we could very well just play drums instead after the run verification. In fact, that's probably a better idea. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that idea is that I'll get very sweaty, and then but then I'm going to hang out with friends, so then I'm gonna have to Iveli, welcome. Portnoy is my favorite drummer, yes. Thanks for subscribing. Shelter, thank you for subscribing as well. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I'll get all sweaty, and then I'm going out with company, so it would mean that I would have to end the stream earlier to be able to shower and then go, and whatever, that's probably fine. Alright, anyway. Let's partially plan on that. Cornfed, how's it going? Oh yeah! Okay, so Cornfed DM'd me about something. Butnick, thank you for subscribing. Okay, hang on. Before we do anything, Cornfed69, fellow FF7 speedrunner, said that there was something he wanted me to look at from his run yesterday. And so what was it? Was it your Midgar world map manip, you said? And now my question though is, are you trying to do the zero encounter? Because I have not learned the zero encounter yet. Oh, the Junon return. What? Had some read issues. Okay, so we're talking... Oh, like during this Barrett sequence?
Dude, my PS2's dying.
Oh, you mean this hiccup right here? Whoa, that is weird. Okay, we'll keep going. I've never really seen a hiccup like that before. Here's what I'll say though. One thing that I don't fully understand is when this game decides to load stuff, because I think that that's why sometimes your inputs get locked. Okay, and then it's just black screen. Gotcha. Oh, but you're in a menu? I heard the menu buzz. You know what? I feel like I've heard that the menu buzz when yeah, I was going to say I think I've heard the menu buzz sometimes when the game is doing this. So I wonder, did they actually program it into the game to make that buzz when it fails to load? Because that's super interesting. Yeah. So concerning the $100 donation sound, it is now going to be we just don't know if the sound is active, and so you'll have to donate $100 to find out. And yo, D-Ranker. Wait, but then it continued. It actually then worked and continued. That's crazy.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's wild. Oh, you opened the tray and reclosed it. Run invalid! I can't believe you would do that. But yeah, that's very interesting. So yeah, I would say you know, if you're you think it's the disc and not your system, I hope so. I've had a couple issues with my disc 3 loading recently, where when I put in disc 3, it takes like 15 seconds for it to actually notice it, which is very bad. But we'll, you know, so I gotta look into if I just have to clean the disc. I might just have to clean it. Banana Storm, thank you for subscribing. Okay, we've got a lot of runs in the queue right now, and if you notice, PC has been popping off lately. Apologies to Feck, I don't have time for a no major skips run right now, and of course the top one is my own. So I think we're gonna watch a PC run today. This guy, oh, he's got 2 in the queue. You know what? This is, tell me if you guys disagree with me with this, but sort of a policy of mine is if somebody has 2 runs that are the same category, I only verify the faster one. And then if the faster one is verified, then I just verify the unfaster one without even watching it. That's just, I just do that. You know, he's got a 139.10 and a 143.10. So I'm just going to verify this one. But yeah, are the monthly free Prime subs not a thing? I think they are. But all right, this guy is very promising. I've been I've verified a few of this guy's runs so far. He's a newer runner, but he's a newer runner not only to FF7, but like this is the only game he's run, you know? He only joined Speedrun.com a month ago. This guy is a new runner, but he's got the sauce. He's got the speed runner mentality. Oh, what up, Carl? And so you guys got to see like how decent this guy is. Carl, welcome on in. Thank you for the video. It's yeah. It's been great. I really enjoyed it. If you guys haven't seen Carl's video yet on the FF7 thing, even if you're like, Dash, I already watched your video and I already watched Abisoft's, Carl's video is still worth watching. You know. I think all 3 videos have their own perspective that makes them all interesting if you're interested in the topic, you know? But yeah, I like doing verifications. I also like running, and running is very time consuming. Running this game is very time consuming. But okay, so first of all, notice he's got the launcher up. Andy, thank you for raiding on in. Welcome on in, everybody. We're starting up a verification. This is of a PC any percent run. So something you guys need to know about the PC any percent of this game is it's only an hour and a half long. This run, after it leaves Midgar, gets wild. So, if a lot of people are not into this category because it gets too wild and it's like you're not even playing the game anymore after you get out of Midgar. Some people are into that. For me, I like a balance. I like to see one of these runs every once in a while, but myself, I play no slots on console. But the PC version is crazy. So first of all, notice the launcher is up. This is because we need to see the game launch. This is just for everybody. Always show you booting the game. That is excellent, or that's excellent to do. And then up here we see this, for those of you who have not seen the PC version before, Community Legend Mav made essentially a mod for the game called Speed Square, and it is required for PC runs. The reason is it makes the game run at a stable speed. If you run this game vanilla, everybody's computer runs it at a different, everybody's game runs at a different speed. And it's not just the faster computer runs the game faster. It's not even that. It's wacky. So Speed Square actually regulates the game to a basically perfect 30 FPS, or 15 where necessary, or 60 where necessary. The game does all three. And then the random RNG seed, what this means is normally how FF7 operates is when you boot the game, it pulls your Unix timestamp of the current system time. So it being 12:07 p.m. On November 22nd, 2025 right now, if I was to boot FF7, it would take the Unix timestamp of this down to the second, plop that in to system RNG, and it would use that to seed like battle RNG and stuff like that. And you can use that to manipulate battle RNG. In fact, there is a separate category that we have in the miscellaneous down here, PCSCM. If you want to see a run that very much utilizes, not to self-promote, even though there's a bunch of other runs in here, but I'm telling you, if you want to see the heaviest utilization of SCM, then check out my 1449 100% run that uses SCM. Tons of battle RNG manipulation, and that kind of stuff. Is that how it works on the PS4 version? I think so, yes. But anyway, the reason that I'm bringing all this up is that another thing that Speed Square does is it eliminates the system clock and instead just gives you a random RNG seed, which we wanted. So anyway, there you go. That's the preamble before the run starts. So let's go. Let's get into this run while I finish my coffee here. Oh my gosh, that scared me. It's him talking. The last couple runs that I've verified on stream have had no
something to do in these 2 minutes.
Have had the runner not talking, so that kind of scared me.
Ding, ding, ding.
But yeah, it goes by system time down to the second.
Okay.
And all right. So I don't have time to do a run today. I'm thinking we're probably going to verify a run or two and then hop on the drum kit for a little bit and play Yarg. Okay.
Bueno.
And then here we go. Been watching the speedrun tutorial series, even though you don't run, you just like the technical details. I love to hear that because that is a big part of the reason that I made that tutorial, is I wanted viewers to watch it so that they could, be able to follow runs more closely. Because, it's more fun to watch a run if you know what all the mechanics are and you can follow what's going well and what's not. So for the PC version, just like usual, we want cursor memory, A to be active, make everything fast. There is something really awkward about menus on the PC version, and it's a little nitty-gritty to talk about. But firstly, I do I'm going to shit talk the PC version just a little bit here. I'm sorry for PC enjoyers of this game, but here's the thing about the PlayStation version of this game is that if I got to show you guys the difference. Here, we'll just go to this run cuz it's on PlayStation. Even though it's me, I'm sorry, more self-promotion. But here's something to notice is that the battle scene is 15 frames per second. However, the menu that is in the battle is 60 frames per second. So if we frame by frame this, you'll see the menu on the bottom is embiggening frame by frame, while this scene is updating at 15 frames per second. Yeah? You see the difference there? And you'll see it real clearly with like the bars filling up. When this menu opens, oh yeah, like let's look at this menu here. Like that is such a nice smooth closing and opening. And so the feeling of menuing in 60 FPS is super nice on the battles, even though the battle action is 15 frames per second. Well, guess what? The PC version just has everything 15 FPS on battles. The menus run at 15, and it's real bad. But hey, that's just a thing. Yeah, PC and PlayStation are on their own boards. The PC version is significantly faster because the load times are near instant, while on PlayStation, you know, you gotta wait for loads. So then, besides that though, so besides that that big difference, we're gonna get into naming skip. Okay. You guys know about guard skip, right? Where you can squeeze between the guards. You can actually do something extremely similar right here and skip ever naming cloud. So check this out. So he's running up right here into this spot, and then he's doing some precise movement here to avoid. He's avoiding hitting the cutscene trigger, and he runs straight out of the room, skipping that cutscene. Now, here's why we don't do this on PlayStation on an any % run, though, is because now Cloud's name is X-Soldier. Cloud is not named Cloud anymore. His name is going to stay X-Soldier throughout the whole game. And the amount of time that it takes to type out X-Soldier, and also Barrett is going to be named Barrett the entire run and not B. The amount of time that it takes the text boxes to type out their names for the entire No Slots run takes more time than watching that cutscene. Maybe that's part of it. It takes a long or it takes a lot of that time. It also here's another just thing about how this game works is again I gotta bring up PlayStation because just to show the difference here is that okay, so in RAM, let's pop down to let's just pop open the memory map of this game, and if we type in Barrett and we pop down here, we can see okay, so like in RAM you've got all of Barrett's info down here, right? And one of these things somewhere is right here, Barrett's or it's Barrett's level. Yeah, here's the thing: when you first hit new game, Barrett is level 1, but he doesn't join your party at level 1. So what's the deal with that, right? When does Barrett gain his levels? I'll tell you where. Barrett gains his levels exactly right here. Loading into naming him. When it's time to name Barrett, right? And the game fades into the menu, boom, right here. This is where the game fires its logic and says, okay, Barrett's level 1. He's supposed to be level 7, I think right now, maybe level 6. And so we're going to bing, 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 bing. We're going to level him up to where he's supposed to be leveled. However, if you do naming skip, you skip this also. So now what you've got is you've got X-Soldier and you've got level 1 Barrett. Which again, in a full no slots run, all characters work this way. Yes. So in a full no
Oi,
slots
fuck
run,
my life.
naming
What's
skip
going on?
ends
Wait, I
up
have
being
no idea.
bad. It ends up
But I
losing
see
you
that, I know
time.
why.
But this is, so notice X soldier here. So yeah, so it ends up losing you time in a full no slots run, but this is an any percent on PC run where it's not going to matter as much. So all right. Anyway, let's see the rest of where we're going here. Oh, dude, there's another skip that doesn't get done on like any other category that we're gonna see, which is a really interesting one. Here, this is an interesting spot. Let me check something. Is this a turbo run? This is no turbo. Okay. So since it's non-turbo, check this out. You guys know about frame rules, right? There is something. Yeah, Matt, I can do that right now. Okay, we're getting a little bit off track, but I need to show you guys something. I wrote a script a while ago, and I think it'll still work. Yes. So I wrote this Python script a while ago. Oh, but I can't get it to run right now because I changed PCs, and I don't know why it doesn't work anymore. But I wrote this Python script to take in a script and then count how long it takes for the names to type out. And then I went through the game and painstakingly wrote down every single text box that you see in an entire no slots run. And then that way we can feed this script into the Python script I wrote, and we can find out how much time you save by renaming the characters. However, if I run this right now, it errors out a bunch, and because it seems to be confused by my regular expressions now, and I don't know why this is. Like, I wrote this script before I switched PCs. After switching PCs, I don't know what's wrong. Oh! I can show you something else, though, actually. Yeah, we'll terminate. Ico Saplix, thank you for put an R before the first triple quote. Okay, hang on. We got programmers in chat. Put an R, like right here on line 29. Okay. R. Oh. Let's see. Oh. Cancel. I've got the wrong project open right now. We gotta. Maybe that's even the problem. I've got Ace's World Map Simulator open right now. I think we need to go open one-offs. This might even be the entire problem. This window. Okay, there we go. Now I've got my one-offs open, and now we go here. And let's just see if that makes it work on its own. It doesn't. Okay. So cancel that, and then he says put an R right here. All right. And now run it. Nah, no good. So I wonder if so it says pattern right here. Anyway, okay. So that doesn't seem to be enough. Do that with all other regular expressions as well. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Let's take a look. We'll see if we can get this script running again. So we've got this. Right. No. That one's not. This one's not a regular expression. No. This one is. This one is. This one is. And then like all of these are. Whoops. And then okay. We'll see if that works. Okay. Oh, hey, we're getting somewhere. Line 43, I missed one. There's 2 regexes on this line. Okay. There we go. All right. The script is working. Ace coming in clutch once again. And Ross, thank you. All right. So if clouds, so let's show what happens. If we don't rename the characters, we get Cloud, Barrett, Tifa. If we do guard skip, we get Aerith with a TH. Red, I think I have Red set to yeah. I confused myself by shortening his name right here. We get Red 13, we get Kate, we get Sid, Yuffie, Vincent, and what we get is this many total, I believe 30 FPS frames of... This is how many frames we spend watching text boxes that have names in them type out. But if... let's rerun it. Okay, if we rename Cloud C, if we rename Barrett B, if we rename Tifa T... Aerith is going to be Aerith because we do guard skip, and so we can't rename her. Red is going to be R. Kate Sith, we'll do maximum, where Kate Sith and Sid are also just C. We don't get Yuffie and Vincent, so we don't need to worry about them. Then, now we only watch 16,431 frames of text typing for a difference of that many frames, which is this many seconds. So just about 58 seconds is how many less frames you watch watching text type out into all that. And yeah, that was Mario RPG. I love Mario RPG. Also love that soundtrack. Okay, but now the further question has been raised though. So compared to no slots, how much time do you lose? Now, here's where it gets interesting, though, is that X-Soldier doesn't actually type out all the way. On a field, it gets cut off to X-Soldier without the R at the end, because it's too many characters. So I believe it's like this, right, is how we should do it. And then Barrett's name is full. And then are we still shortening the other characters, though? I think so. Tifa... we do guard skip, so Aerith's name will be full, and then yeah, we'll shorten all the other characters. Yuffie and Vincent don't matter because they don't have any text boxes in the script that we're feeding. But okay, so if you were to run no slots, but you were to do naming skip, you would end up with 18,111. And so yeah. Having X-Soldier and Barrett brings you up only 2 seconds now faster. Now renaming every other character, you're only 2 seconds faster than not naming anybody. And so what's the difference between no slots and that is 1680 or 56 seconds. Elixon, thank you for subscribing. So yeah, so having Cloud named X-Soldier and Barrett named Barrett, you lose 56 seconds if you were to do this on a no slots run. Because once again, the script that we're feeding it is every text box that we see on a no slots run. So there you go. How much time is actually spent editing their names? That's a really good question. If you hold X, you pre-jack holding X, and then you time your start press very well, it takes about a half a second per character to rename them. So yeah, that's a good thing. What about just Midgar? Yeah, tell you what. You send me a text file that is formatted exactly like this, where there's just a blank line between every text box, and then the way that I got these is copy pasting from Make a Reactor, because I don't think that I can just delete stuff off of here necessarily. I mean, I could just send this file to you and you can delete what's there. Yeah, this is the new Notepad UI. It's got all this stuff up here, and yeah, bleh, yeah. I'm Windows 11 drives me crazy, dude. But okay. I will send you that file. In fact, I'll do it right now, just so I don't forget. So give me 2 seconds. Me and the Matt Davis were having, I gotta send him a DM real quick. Boom, boom, boom. All right, there you go. I sent it to you. Okay. Next, what were we talking about? We're talking about the run. Okay. So here's another thing is that especially we're back to the run. Folks, you almost played last night's stream to fall asleep to, but then remembered the sound effects. Yeah. I'm figuring out how to fix that. I might do something like a hype train. I might make it like maybe if a hundo comes in during a hype train, we get the ridiculous auto. I feel like that'd be a good idea. Okay, so this elevator has something interesting to it. Notice the bobbing up and down. Yeah? The bobbing up and down. Okay, so at the end of this cutscene, the game it will only check whether the cutscene is over when it's at the bottom. So you see it's bobbing up and down, and as soon as Barrett enters Cloud, that's when it's queued to exit. And you see, we get a bob up, we get a bob down, and then it goes. This is also a reason that this right here is something that's unaccounted for with not renaming the characters. I mentioned just that you lose 56 seconds just now over the course of what would be a no slots run, not an any percent run, by not renaming the characters. But also the problem is that if you renamed the characters, you can close these text boxes a little bit more quickly, and then boom, right there, the elevator would just go down right away. But because the text boxes took longer to type out, we have to wait for an extra elevator bob. But again, this is a PC any percent run. It's going to get wild later, and so that is not going to matter. I think if you run turbo, though... Oh, by the way, this encounter is going to be... Where's this encounter going to be? Hang on, I haven't been paying attention to the steps yet. They did naming skip, and then... Okay. So naming skip means that they're in the first encounter you normally get right here, but then naming skip wastes a bit of movement, so they're gonna get it a little bit before that. Yeah. So instead of this is a perfect example of how steps work in this game. So normally, if you just, like I showed in my video, if you just run forward and get into this cutscene, and then you just run through this screen optimally, and then you run in this screen optimally. Remember I showed that you get the encounter right here? Well, on this run, he's doing naming skip, which means here he is going to use some extra movement. Instead of running directly into this cutscene, we've got this extra movement, we've got this extra movement, and then that extra movement, and then he's going. So all of that was movement that's advancing us on the step route. And so that means that if you imagine the encounter right here where you get it optimally, take all of that movement of Cloud and just drag the encounter back for the amount of time that he was moving. And then that's where you're going to get the encounter. Boom, there it is.
Fuck my life. What is going on today?
And so he's saying fuck my life because if you open a menu on the very frame that the game tries to give you an encounter, it'll actually skip the encounter. But because you didn't exit a fight, it makes it so that your danger does not reset to 0 if you do a menu skip on a fight. And so a lot of battles are essentially not skippable, because if you skip it, you just get into another fight right away, and then the next fight that you plan on also still happens. And so you don't actually reduce your total number of encounters by skipping one most of the time. This fight, however, is skippable if you can menu buffer it properly, in the sense that whether or not you skip this encounter, it doesn't affect the next encounter. And so it's just a toss-up on whether you skipped it or not. It's good if you did. If you didn't, it's a little bit of time loss, and you can move on. So does step count restart after encounters? Danger resets after encounters, but your step route continues. So yeah, so because he got that encounter, his danger is now 0, but that it does not affect the next encounter. Okay, so here's the other thing. If you're moving optimally, this is about where we got to before. So if you're moving optimally, your next encounter, if by optimally I mean if you always run and you don't really make any mistakes, your next encounter would be right here. But once again, naming skip is going to drag it back to about right here. And it's going to be, there it is, and it's going to be 2 robots. And the robot is going to shoot Cloud if it gets a turn. Oh, but he shot with Barrett to that's nice. Okay, so here's the deal. This is a really good move that he did here, where he queued up this attack with Barrett. It doesn't matter that it missed. We're not trying to kill this guy. The reason for him attacking with Barrett here is because these guys have really long animations. They take forever to do their attack. And so he sees that one of it... Oh, I'll move myself away from the ATB bars here. Oh, whoop, that's the wrong thing to drag. There we go. So he sees that Barrett has good ATB here, or at least one of his characters has good ATB, so he just buffers circle to queue up this attack, because Barrett's attack animation is shorter than their attack animation, and he's just banking on the idea that he's going to be able to queue up an escape during this animation, which, as we see, he does. So, little time save there.
It's okay.
Do do.
Wait, but okay.
Do 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 do. All right. Okay. Once again, I keep pointing this out, but I want to say the next encounter, if you only run, is right here. But once again, he did naming skip, so that's going to drag it back to about right here. No? Oh! Am I wrong about this? I'm wrong about this? Why am I wrong about this? I don't remember. Is it because we're on the PC version and fractions keep getting reset? It's probably because we're on the PC version, and all the fraction resets have maybe made up for it. Maybe, I think it might be that the encounter is here, and not right here, is why I'm getting confused. And then he's getting a little bit further because of the PC fraction resets. I think it's that. Danger does not change on ladders. Ladders do not... like, your fractions don't increase on ladders. You don't advance on the step route. Okay. So now we'll see the same 8.5 steps, I think, that most... Actually... I don't know if he's going to take steps here, because this is any percent, and he actually might want... I'm not sure. There might be steps here. I'm actually not positive if he'll take them. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. Okay. So he does take the normal steps. I think the reason being that if you don't take those steps, you get the encounter on the way back before you reach the save point. And for this category, he's going to want to reach the save point. And I suppose you want to get out of the reactor. Yeah. So it makes perfect sense to take those steps. Yes. Okay. And here we go. Genji Glove, by the way, great name. What's your favorite Genji Glove? I was a big fan of it in Final Fantasy 13. I can't even remember why, though. Why is Genji Glove so good in Final Fantasy 13? I don't even remember. Oh, isn't it what lets you break the damage cap?
The lottery.
Okay. I gotta speed this up here. We're only 6 minutes into this run, and I've been talking for 30 minutes.
Time for study is horrible, so.
But all right, so here's where we're gonna see the big problem with Barrett being level 1 is this fight is gonna be a lot slower than it is in the
This bitch.
like in the longer runs.
Much.
But it's gonna be worth it.
Wait.
Oh my god, speaking of Bolt doing 90 damage, I actually got the 98 yesterday. For those of you who are like super into FF7 and you know what that means, I got the 98 Bolt yesterday. Anyway.
8.
So yeah, we need to show so Barrett only doing 25 damage. When he's leveled up properly, he does like 32. So yeah.
Wait.
They resist mind, making the user immune to charm, among other things. Huh. That is not what I remember them doing.
Scorpion tail.
Oh, it's that and uncapped damage. Okay, I only remember the uncapped damage. I kind of love that mechanic in general in RPGs, the damage cap, you know? Like the way in Expedition 33 it's used to like balance Act 2. Not to say any more about that though, in case anyone hasn't played it yet. Okay, so here he is shooting Cloud with Barrett to reduce Cloud's HP, because now Guard Scorpion is going to do Tail Laser, and that's going to bring Cloud very, very low, as well as Barrett very, very low. He wants his HP to be very low to set up a trick for later.
How much HP left?
Pick the name for FF6. It's the most nostalgic thing your buddy was in school telling you about refusing the band choice 3 times to get them. Oh, nice, nice. That's like my brother telling me that when he was younger, and this is a Chrono Trigger spoiler, so Chrono Trigger spoilers here, but he told me that like his friend just randomly told him one day to not fight Magus. Just like, remember, refuse to fight Magus or something, and he was like, what are you talking about? And then later he played Chrono Trigger, and it made sense.
What can I do?
Okay, so this is now we're going to see a lot more deviation from what we're used to seeing. So here, he is going to save the game to set up a wacky trick for later. Oh, he went into the... Or wait. Hang on, why did he go into the config menu there? I can't tell if that was a mistake. Is he setting up a... So he slid up to config. Oh, no. He's doing double input glitch. No, he's doing double input glitch. Oh my god, this is what I'm talking about with this guy. This dude is learning the sickest tech. Okay. So I have to explain double input glitch now. Okay. All right. I'm going to explain double input glitch. Observe what happens when you press a key and hold it. Okay? That's what happens, right? On Windows is you press a key and it does one and there's a delay and then it starts drilling them, right? All right. So this is called, we'll call this the key repeat functionality, all right? This is a key repeat functionality. This is a recliner, yeah. And now we got to define our terms here, right? Then there is a key repeat delay. The key repeat delay is the amount of time that Windows waits before it begins the repeat cycle. So it's like boom, boom, right? That's the repeat delay. So FF7 has the same thing with its menuing, where if you were to hold the down key, you know what? I'm just going to boot up FF7 and I'll show you. I have to show you this stupid glitch because it's actually super, super annoying. But seeing runners use it to their advantage in a run is so sick because it's so annoying for a casual player. All right. Speed square, that's what makes the game run properly. And then let's go. Whoa! Ba 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 ba. Anonymous, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Oh god, that's loud. Yeah, this'll work. All right. Yeah, I don't use the Steam favorite thing. Okay, how on a scale of 1 to 10? That's pretty loud. We'll turn it down even more. Okay, so this is double input glitch. Is when you press and hold a key, it presses it once, there's a short delay, and then it starts repeating it, right? Okay? Here is the problem with the PC version and the HD consoles version. The PC version has this, and the HD versions, which are based on this version, have this problem. Is when you want to go down to your magic menu, right? When you want to go down to your magic menu, you would just press down circle really quickly, right? However, generally, you would press down circle so quickly that you're still holding down at the time that you press circle, right? Which, if you do that in this game, why did it just go to materia? Do you see that it highlighted materia instead of magic when I did that? Here's why. If you are holding a repeatable key, which in this case is the down key, if you're holding a key that is repeatable and it is within the delay period for that key to repeat, and then you press another key, it will add the repeatable key to your new input. So that means that when I press down circle really quickly, the game doesn't register down circle, it registers down, and then it registers down plus circle at the same time, giving you an extra down input. Which is so fucking annoying if you're just playing the game casually. And I want to get to my magic menu, and oh my god, why am I in Cloud's materia menu? I wanted to go to magic. Or I want to put on Comet, so I press down circle, and it unequipped a materia because it went down an extra one. It's so annoying, dude. But, wouldn't you believe it, you can do wacky things. I don't actually know even how to do the thing that that Fran did here. Is it like how do you even do it? I don't even know how to do it. With right, it's with right, left, or yeah. So here's a time where you could use it to your advantage. Is if you want to go to A to be active, normally what you would have to do is come down and go left, X. But if you're on PC version and you have double input, you can just go left X. And you see how it shot it over to active? Because when I hit X, it did an extra input. So yeah, that kind of thing. Same frame on config. All right, let's try it. I think I'm getting the cancel. So maybe it's kind of working. I don't know how to do it, man. Maybe I don't know if I'm hitting too late. I'm not sure exactly. But anyway, that's double input glitch. I don't... Oh, you have to do it not... Oh, you have to release first? Okay. I'll try it one more time here. Sure. Ah, shit. On this, we have to watch this. Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. And so, yeah, you got it. So, okay, so you have to go up, or you have to release. Maybe this doesn't have to do with double input, yeah. But did you see it closed the menu behind putting config in. And so what does that mean? It means that now when we exit this menu, it goes straight back to the game. So it's like, instead of going into config and then exiting the config and then having to exit this menu, instead, and I believe this only works on the PC, if you hit cancel and confirm at the same time, it exits the menu in the background while it opens config, and then when you exit this menu, it goes straight back to the game. So that is tech that is like the runners that are getting really into running PC are starting to implement that kind of tech to save just tiny amounts of time. And so yeah. So here we see the fact that his cursor is on before config, though, makes it seem like he was still holding up, though. I don't know. This seems really, really tight. But yeah, maybe. Where did I get this chair? My grandma gave me this chair. It's from Ashley Furniture, apparently. But anyway, okay. So here though, yeah, as we're saying though, it actually seems like a mistake because he's supposed to save the game right now. But then yeah, I guess he's walking. Oh, but now he is using some extra steps here. So the reason after he does this, in Backseat Streams, hello. So the reason after he exits this menu that he walks down and then walks back up is to waste a little bit more steps, because what this save is going to be used for later is to trigger a battle right away. And so he wants to be as close to the battle step ID as possible while still being able to have enough danger to trigger it. So yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's get the volume back up. Let's see what he says about that menu, though. See if he says that he screwed up or anything. Okay. Oh, okay. And that, like, so I don't speak Spanish. But he said dos, which I imagine he's referring to the fact that you have to go up 2 to get to the save menu.
The steps.
Okay.
Those steps.
But now I want... Did he do the config trick at the start of the run and I didn't notice? Because I know Sleepy Jake has been doing that. Let's see if he does it here. Yeah! Okay. So I just missed it when he did it earlier. So everything that we just talked about does apply right here. Here he is supposed to do the config trick. So you see here, he is exiting the menu while going into config. And that way he does his configs. And then when he exits this menu, it goes straight back to the gameplay instead of the menu. And so what that is telling us is that here, so this is super clear. It just means that right here, when he went to save the game, he just did the muscle memory for the config menu. Is what he's doing here. So yeah, right here, I think he's just doing the muscle memory for config, and then it's like, oh shit, that's right, we're saving our game right here. Try again. But yeah. Oh yeah, that's true, Ace. Okay, anyway, I'm a little bit behind on chat, but those of you who are here from Carl's video, welcome on in, welcome.
Oh, the steps.
Okay. You've watched Caleb Hart still speedrun FF7? Yeah, Caleb is who got me into speedrunning this game. You know, I used to watch him for like Super Metroid and Mega Man X and stuff, and then when he was running FF7, I always liked to have it on because I like the soundtrack and stuff, and then eventually I got into wanting to speedrun it myself.
That was pretty close.
Okay. And Triangular, great to have you here.
Tu padre.
How do I find the energy to consume and judge so much FF7? I just love FF7. What can I say? There's something wrong with my brain. All right, so here we are doing a setup for preemptive apps. It's a little bit different than the PlayStation one, but this is what a setup is. You're here for cats. There she is. You better believe she is you better believe she is zonked out down here under my keyboard. Oh yeah, dude. Anyway, where were we here? Preacher Thief, welcome on in. Good to have you. All right. So what he's doing here is so this is a setup to get a preemptive fight later. So here's the deal. When we jump off of this ladder, there is a script that puts Cloud in this exact spot, right? And so also, you guys know that with the step route, that means that we know the specifics. When we get a fight, that fight is equivalent to a certain step ID, right? Fights are equivalent to step IDs. Ladder is equivalent to a position in space. What else are step IDs equivalent with? Preemptive encounters. And so what he's doing here is a setup in order to get a preemptive apps encounter by setting it up right here. So we're getting into a certain spot in space, then forcing this encounter in order to know that we're on the correct step ID. And then now he's defending because I think he doesn't matter if his characters die here. I don't think it matters if the characters die. I wonder why he chooses to defend there. So then walking out avoids some encounters, as well as, so everything that we're seeing now is a movement setup in order to exit the reactor on a specific step ID. So he walked until bonking into the railing here, and then runs right. Oh, you're right. He needs the Braver. Yes, you're totally right, Kino. If Cloud dies, he loses the Braver. He loses the limit bar. Okay.
I bonk now, eh? On purpose. Don't fuck with me. It have to be.
And then one thing about the elevator is that the elevator is actually not hostile. So your movement in here does not affect your step route. And then here we've got kind of a specific run to Jesse, a specific run to Biggs, but this is all just as optimal as possible. And so, having done all of this, specific movement, has us, boom, exit the reactor on a specific step ID. And now, no screens that we're in are going to be hostile until the room where we fight apps, meaning no room is going to affect our step ID until the next boss fight.
With this time.
So, all right, there's, oh God, we're an hour into the stream and I've only just gotten out of the reactor. It's going to start going faster. Don't worry, it's going to get faster. That's right, Jake. We're looking at Fran's newest run.
Nice, yes. Wow, this is that does work. You have to be cutting, no? The entire recording.
All right.
Okay, second flower. Fuck.
And why is Braver called Braver? I don't know. Legend of Dragoon was awesome. I played through that a couple of years ago for the first time. It was really great. Here, of course, just don't fight these guys. And all right. Imperium, welcome on in. Great to have you. The mouths, dude. The PC version with these fucking mouths that it draws on these characters. I hate it. I hate it. All right. Here, once again, we've got Jesse skip, where he is triggering... He's triggering the cutscene with Jesse and upsetting the guard on the same frame, which gives us, if we frame by frame it, 2 text boxes on top of each other. And the thing that's significant about this is it's just showing you that we're doing 2 events at the same time. And what this means is that when we're done talking to the guard, the game says, oh, you're done with the guard cutscene. That means we can allow Cloud to move again, even though we're still in the cutscene with Jesse, which lets us leave this room at the same time that the game tries to send us to the rest of the Jesse cutscene. And then when we come back into the room, the game thinks that we've already seen the Jesse cutscene, saves like 15 seconds.
Okay. Let's see.
And all right. So now... I was thinking... Oh, we're doing... I was actually thinking that I thought any percent nowadays didn't do materia menu. Am I behind on the any percent route again? Because I thought we skipped this now.
Okay, sorry for that.
This is, I think this is regular any percent. Yeah, this is just any percent. So maybe this is a slightly older route. Yeah. This is the Chocolum route. Gotcha.
It's the boss cutscene.
So yeah, there's a couple different routes for this. For this. So the very interesting thing. The reason about this cutscene that's interesting is that this cutscene is quite long. But if you skip this cutscene by doing guard skip first, you never unlock the materia menu. So this is an any percent PC run. So as far as what skips we see, we're gonna get into wrong warping in this run. So Frankie, as far as how long the run is, it depends on the category that you're running. This category is about 90 minutes, but that's because it does an insane sequence of like wrong warps and shit. That's only possible on the PC version. The PlayStation any percent run is about 5.5 hours, and then the most popular category, which is the no slots run that doesn't do the biggest skip on PlayStation, that's about 6.5 hours. Okay, so this is guard skip. These guards down here just are not placed correctly. So if you get Cloud into that position, and then you do just the right wiggles here, you get past them, that skips the entire second reactor. It skips meeting Eris. And all that. And yeah, ex-soldier because of naming skip. So very similar to naming skip, we also didn't name Eris. So her name is Aerith, which is quite interesting. But there's some interesting stuff to that. Because if you go to, you know, when you name Eris, the default name for her is with an S. And that's what her name is in the manual as well. However, if you do naming skip, it is it's with a TH, because that's what her name is in the ROM before you rename her. Or before her default name gets changed to S. And the thing is, though, there's actually a couple other, like, oddities to the characters' names versus... Oh, who cares about this? We're gonna talk about the restaurant now. Okay, so here we're doing another paralysis dodge. Here, he's gonna talk to this guy and sit down at the bench on the same frame. And now that once again... that
Have
once
died.
again is giving him movement and multiple text boxes
Backup
over each
died.
other.
I was lost.
So now
Okay.
he can move even though this cutscene is happening. And so what that lets him do is right when he picks this and the guy gives a couple now he can leave the oh geez, there's a couple things happening at once here. It lets him leave this room like a couple seconds early because you on the PC version the scripts don't actually stop the moment that you hit an exit like they do on PlayStation, and so he's able to use his paralysis dodge to start exiting the room. And then while the screen is fading out, he can clear these text boxes in order to get this text box to appear, giving him the key item as he's leaving. Just shave just a little bit of time off. And that's the kind of thing that is super sick to see from a new runner, you know?
Funny.
Like this guy is learning the strats.
I hate when I kill it.
All right.
Nice. You got.
Do. All right. And then here, another paralysis dodge to do 2 cutscenes at the same time. And then very similarly here, he is leaving right after selecting the dress, so he can clear those text boxes while the screen fades out and get the cologne.
Ah, the tiara.
Okay, yep. He just realized he hasn't gotten the tiara yet. That's very good. If he forgets the tiara, then the run is screwed. And I you better believe I was keeping track that he hasn't grabbed the tiara yet.
Tiara.
There it is. He's grabbing it now.
Give me the tiara. That was close.
All right. And then up in here. So now we're doing squats. Hopefully he doesn't forget squats. I won't do it next time. Next time it's all right. You can actually do more squats on the PC version than on the PlayStation version. Sometimes you can do 1 extra squat. I can't remember why. I cannot remember the technical difference that makes 1 more squat possible on PC and HD. All right, there we go. Cloud is now the prettiest girl, and will get chosen by Don Corneo. By the way, I only just realized the other day that... Oh, I've got it on double speed right now. I only just realized the other day that his name is not Don, like Donald. I thought the dude's name was like Donald Corneo, you know? But apparently his name is Corneo, and he is the Don. I only just found this out the other day. Oh, no. Donald Corleone. All right, there we go. Grabbing that ether. Oh, by the way, here's where they change. It's in this version that they changed the script, right? There we go. In the PlayStation version, she says, "I'll rip them off." Like, hang on, what does Cloud say? Yeah, so in the PlayStation version, it's "I'll chop them off." Era says, "I'll rip them off." And then Tifa says, "I'll smash them." Now, to me, that makes way more sense. I don't know what like the probably like 1 to 2% female viewership thinks about this, but as a dude, I can guarantee you that that it makes perfect sense that your balls getting chopped off would be very painful, but them getting ripped off sounds even more painful, and then them getting smashed sounds the worst. Makes perfect sense. Now, let's think about the revision though. Your dick getting chopped off sounds terrible. Your dick getting ripped off, yeah, sounds worse. But Tifa smashing your dick? Now that sounds kind of good. I don't know. This could be interpreted as a pleasurable experience. So like I don't know why they chose to make this change. Anyway, it's time to get to
Okay. Let's see what we
it's time to get to the apps fight. This is where the movement setup out of the reactor is going to pay off. It's unclear in Japanese, but it's so clear in English.
Okay. 24, eh? We bet for 24. Let's see. Bonk, 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 bonk.
All right. So, remember what I said. Remember what I said about the movement out of the reactor. Remember I said that the encounter was forced on a specific spot because that way Cloud's position in space and the step ID that correlates to that battle happen in a specific spot, right? Then the movement out of the reactor was to exit the reactor on a specific step ID. That step ID, just like all the other times where we talk about when you leave a hostile area, your steps basically pause and then they resume when you are in the next dungeon. So here we go. This is where our step ID now resumes from the reactor. And so the step ID that we left the reactor on carries over to right here, and we'll see the movement setup that he does right here now. So he does a walk into bonking into Tifa, deliberately walking into bonking, then talking. Then a run up into bonk, so the setup was just down and right into Tifa, and then when you hit circle, the text box is up, so you can safely release the D-pad without doing any accidental movement. Then and then out of the Tifa text box is just run up, running only up bonks you into this position, and then running right bonks you there, running up bonks you there, running right and up again, and then talks to Eris. What that did is that wasted just enough movement to advance us to a certain step ID. The certain step ID, it's when you enter a preemptive step ID, right when that battle check occurred for that step ID, the game pulls two numbers every time it does a battle check. It pulls one number to say, should I set the preemptive flag for this encounter? Then it rolls another number to say, should we get a battle? That's why if you're looking at your RAM values, step ID increases by 2 every time there's a battle check. Those are the two random numbers it grabs. It advances once to determine preemptive. It advances a second time to check for a battle. So what just happened on the last step ID here is it advanced once and it said, yes, set the preemptive flag. Then it advanced a second time and it did not hit the danger threshold. The danger did not hit the threshold to start a battle, but the preemptive flag is still set until the next step ID hits. So now we talk to Eris and trigger the app's boss fight, and for some reason, even though this is the strat on PlayStation also. PlayStation works the exact same way. For some reason,
Yay! Nice.
For some reason, the app's boss fight was not programmed to be unpreemptable. Most bosses in the game are programmed to be not preemptable, even if the preempt flag is set. Apps is not one of those cases, though. So we get a preemptive encounter against apps, which has two benefits. The first benefit is that everybody starts with full ATB, and he starts with, I think, 0. And that makes it so that everybody can everybody can throw their grenades before he even gets his first turn, and then it has a second benefit, which is that grenades, even though this grenade visually turned him around, him visually turning around is only a consequence of the fact that the grenade triggered his flinch animation. And then when he exited his flinch animation, the game by default faced him forward. But grenades don't actually unpreempt him because they don't benefit from a preempt. You have to hit him with something that benefits from a preempt in order for it to turn off, or he has to get his first turn. So, what happens after Cloud's grenade? Well, Cloud's ATB refills, he buffers inputs to queue up a Braver. Bravers get prioritized in the turn order, okay? So limit breaks get prioritized. So this Braver goes off right away, and it does wacko insane damage, because Apps is also programmed, instead of taking double damage from behind like most enemies do, he is specifically programmed to take quad damage from behind. Why? Because he does a move that hits himself from behind. I think the developers wanted a sewer tsunami that hits himself from behind to do quad damage instead of double, just how they designed the fight, and so we get to also use it for this here. This is a weak Cloud also. Yeah, 449 is quite low. And then Eris still gets her turn from the preempt. So that's all of the benefits of the preempt. You get a ton of grenades and a quad damage Braver. And Ace is saying the literal lowest damage roll possible that you can get here is 446. So yeah, this is very bad.
For the fucking shit, eh?
But all right. Yo, Moonlit, how does the escape mechanism work? Real quick, I'll give you the fast version. Every single frame of battle in this game, the game checks RNG in order to check whether you have a successful battle escape. But it only actually uses that number if you are holding R1 and L1 and time is passing, right? So time has to be active. You can't be in a menu on ATB wait. And I think the battle has to be escapable as well. And you have to be holding R1 and L1. In that case, it actually uses the number to that it grabs from RNG to determine whether you have a successful battle escape attempt. So what does a successful battle escape attempt do? Well, it reduces the escape counter. Which most battles most formations start out with an escape counter of 1, meaning you only need 1 successful battle escape attempt to set it to reduce it to 0, and once it's at 0, you escape at the next possible moment. However, some battles are more difficult to escape, which means that you need to roll multiple successful battle escapes to eventually cue the escape. I want to say the Midgar Zolom is an example of an enemy that has a higher than 1 escape threshold. So there you go. That is exactly how battle escape mechanics work in the game.
I got the preemptive apps.
All right. And there we go. And for the millionth time, also, once again, I appreciate the nice comments about game knowledge. I learned it all from the community, though. We got people in the Twitch chat here, like Ace Zephyr, RJ. I learned so much about those guys that I almost feel like it's stolen valor for people to act like I know a lot about the game when anytime if I've DM'd Ace out of the blue on Discord, just being like, "Can you explain to me how this number thing works?" And he'll just explain it. And so yeah.
What's going on, eh?
Who's the pioneer of FF7 knowledge? So I mean, there's a lot of people. I am not a history expert on this game. All right, I am not a history expert.
I got it.
But the people who come to mind quickly for the old knowledge is Terrence Ferguson, Brutal Speed, Cart 7, Those are the three that come to mind right away. And then more recently, we've got like Ace Zephyr, you know, all those other people that I said. But then also like Zeal, Kuma, Hut Ghost, Diesel.
It's a goal, but
yeah.
with good clothes, we can be even better.
Anyway. Oh yeah, 4-8 Productions. Yeah, that guy knows a shitload as well. Monetary Dragon. Yes. Also definitely. And that's the thing, like
Yes,
there are so many people who know so much about this game that it's difficult to have one of these conversations without leaving somebody out, you know?
What you say? Because yes, I think you told me this.
Okay. So here we go. What's this? We are verifying a PC any % run. So we've already seen some wild strats that you guys haven't seen if you've only seen PlayStation runs, and but when it's gonna get wild when we get out of Midgar, and it's actually gonna be a little hard for me to keep track of because
Well, I saved some, no?
it gets crazy.
Someone else want to attack maybe?
And yes, this run should be about 90 minutes, and about 60 of those minutes is Midgar. Sorry, about 80 of those minutes is Midgar. And then shit just gets wild for 10 minutes.
49. 49, dude. I will be fucked to cock the Chocobo, maybe. No, because of the... how many nights do I say? Maybe... come on, what's it?
Alright.
Also, roll.
Here's a very tricky thing about the PC version that kind of drives me nuts, is sometimes, and it's usually when there's an FMV on the screen, so I actually don't know why it happens to this field, because, again, for the most part, when I notice this quirk of the PC version, it's always when there was an FMV on the field, but this one is the exception. Notice when he exits the field here, it's not going to fade out and then fade the next screen. It's going to just instantly fade in the next screen. You see that? I don't know why the PC version does this on this particular field, but it skips the fade out and just instantly loads the next field and starts fading it. This is actually bad for steps, because what you want to do is on this field, you're holding up. You're holding up to exit this field, and then here you want to start this field by holding left. And so the fact that the instant load time guarantees that you're going to start this field buffering up actually loses you some movement. It wastes a little bit of movement. And yeah, also Nighttime in City of the Ancients for some reason doesn't do a fade out, but it even does that on PlayStation. Even PlayStation skips the fade out there. It's just less noticeable because it still has the load time. And hello, welcome on in.
Hostia, even with that I go white. Me cago en mi padre. Sometimes, eh?
So yeah, at least the PC version resets your fractions every screen, and it makes things like that less impactful. And then, yeah, also, yeah, if you ever trigger, that's the other weird thing about PC version fade outs, is if you ever trigger a fade out during a fade in, then it always skips it. So if you ever have a menu to do on PC and you have an option to do it on the edge of a field just before you leave, and a buffered movement thing like that isn't going to screw up your movement, then it's beneficial to do your menu at the end of the field so you can skip a fade out. PC version has something weird about music. The original release of FF7 on PC has horrendous sounding music, but it's been fixed for a very long time, and the Steam version has the fixed version. All right.
Oh my god.
How many days pass from beginning to end in this story? I guess it depends on how many times you sleep at an inn, right?
Well, I said maybe. No.
Ooh, double pyramid is a little slow. So he's losing a little bit of time here just from some... You know what? I should move my camera up more even. Because you guys can't even see his splits. There we go. Okay, okay. Slap skip? Nope. The most obvious cheat I found? Well, I've only found the one, really. All right, all right. Moving on. Yeah. It's not so common that we have like tier lists and rankings or anything. You know, the one time it happened, where there was like an obvious cheat happening in a run, you know, that was just that time the other day. All right. And now we're so are these the same steps as no slots? Where like getting the encounter back here means like 22 steps? Let's find out. Because I'm not 100% on this step route, but that would make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. Yep, he took 22 steps, exactly as you'd expect. So, oh, by the way, so I know you guys love the details about steps. So, you know the cave in the video, right? There's the cave where you have to take a different number of steps depending on where you get the fight. This screen is actually the same way. If you get the fight here, you can take 20 steps. If you get the fight here, you have to take 21. If you get the fight here, you have to take 22. And so, here we can see he takes exactly 22 steps as expected. Now, what you'll notice in my runs, though, is if you get the encounter like right here or later, you actually don't have to take the steps on this screen at all. You can do a movement setup that J-Rod came up with, where you can just finish running out this entire screen, and then on this screen, you can just walk the entirety of this screen without having to count cloud steps at all. And so J-Rod came up with that, so we call it jaywalking. All right. Saw me from Carl's video. It's great to have you here.
Me, eh? 22 random number.
And yeah. It's right. As far as like
Maybe.
As far as like submission versus not submission, yeah. Like in general, if someone doesn't submit a run, then who cares? But it does depend a little bit on how they're presenting it, right? Like, for example, this run is currently being streamed live, and it is being presented as a non-turbo run. So if he was using turbo, but he doesn't submit the run, it is still dishonest to be presenting it as a non-turbo run in real time. You know what I mean?
I don't like it.
That's kind of I feel like that's kind of a weird gray area, right? Like, honestly, what do you guys think of that? Somebody is live streaming attempts of the game where they're presenting it like a legitimate speedrun, even though they're doing something that's cheating,
yes, it's too much.
But they don't submit the run.
Waste 2, 3 maybe maximum steps, to skip this combat, because you want to let the combat in the next screen. Like this.
You know what it reminds me of a lot is that blindfolded SM64 run. Remember the blindfolded SM64 run? Because I mean, I don't know if there's even a submission leaderboard for SM64, you know. If they try to take the Valor, that's about as bad as submitting it. Yeah, I suppose, and that's kind of what I'm saying is that like if you're presenting your stream that way, and like you're not saying that you're doing that, then it is 49 grenades, huh?
Yes, I can buy
I'm
one
just
more,
not
no?
100% familiar with this
Well, I don't care.
route. He didn't take cover,
I'll
which
have
is
to doubt
understandable
much.
because that's a waste of time. Yeah. He's not gonna need cover. Where we're going, we don't need no cover materia. Oh, you're right, Zergu. Yes, he did not pick up the high potion.
No.
That's a big part of it. Yes. Okay, yeah. Folks in chat who are really familiar with this route are pointing out this right here. This is a high potion, and a high potion sells for I think 150. High potion sells for 150,
yes,
and he doesn't pick it up because he's used to running a category where they don't pick it up. So now that means he's 150 Jill short,
Yeah, I will be
and grenades cost 180 a piece.
there.
And so basically, if he buys 2 less grenades than what you expect, then it cost him 10 Jill, right? So yeah, so here he has to on the fly
49%.
adjust his adjust, because normally we buy 51 if we're going to take the elevator, and he pops it down to 49 to make up for that high potion.
I can, but I don't care.
That's the kind of on the fly thinking, you know, that you need to do.
Have to doubt too much.
Okay. Do.
Now.
All right. And so this, by the way, so getting the encounter back here and then having to take 22 steps, it does put you quite a bit behind. So he's getting the encounter right here. This is about exactly what's expected. This is starting to push it as far as if you were on a no slots run and we were worried about making the Genova preempt setup. You want to get, like, if you're back here, you're starting to not be able to get the preempt setup anymore. But again, that's not even this category, so we're just going. Now, what is kind of interesting about this fight, though, is because we're running on PC, if your steps are really, really good, you can actually get out of this screen before this encounter even happens. If your steps are, like, perfect, you can get out of this screen before this encounter. But because he's behind, the encounter has come all the way back to here. Now, it's really, really important that it's very, very, very important on PC. It's like an extra benefit on PC to push that encounter off screen, because on the PlayStation version, if you get up here and you haven't gotten the fight yet because your steps are so good, you would actually stop and force the encounter right here. Because the next place that you're going to get the encounter would be in the Shinra lobby, and in the Shinra lobby, the escape is inescapable, right? If you don't get the encounter there, because this room is not hostile. Sorry, there's a million things to explain. But once again, this is a spot where this room has danger, and so if you're ahead on steps enough to exit this screen before you get this encounter, steps are now frozen, because this screen is not hostile, this screen is not hostile, Wall Market is not hostile. The next hostile field is going to be inside the Shinra lobby on your way to the elevator. And so that fight that you didn't get back there is going to happen immediately in the Shinra lobby, and that's bad, because in the Shinra lobby, there's a flag set that makes encounters inescapable, so you have to fight it. And that wastes a bunch of time. It also wastes grenades. So once again, that's why it's really important on PlayStation to force the encounter at the end of that field. However, the PC version is going to do something different that you'll see that makes it make sense, where if you were that far ahead on steps, you wouldn't force the encounter. So anyway, here these rooms are kind of nothing, you know, nothing really to see here. Alright, so here is the big difference. On PlayStation, we would just run straight forward into the lobby, and we would do elevator manip, which we set up elevator manip by doing the waterfall glows, tracking our RNG, doing specific movement on all the previous screens. But on PC, they're actually running over to the save point and they're saving. So let's see, slot 1, game 1. And he Alt F4'd the game. Right when the save went through, he Alt F4'd the game, reboots it, and that's because look how fast you can get back into the game on the PC version. The PlayStation version is way slower. But loading your save file actually drops your danger to 0. Loading a save file drops your danger to 0. Your step ID is saved to your save file, but your danger is now 0. So if you got out of that, how is that allowed? Why wouldn't it be? It's on the timer, right? Like, he saved the game, he exited the game, he reopened the game, and he loaded the save file. And all of that was on the timer. All of that was part of the speedrun. It's in the timer. Personally, I don't see any reason to disallow that. But here we go, though. That drops your danger to 0, meaning that if he hadn't gotten the encounter in the previous screen, he would actually get under the encounter on this field. So that's a bonus that you get on the PC version if your steps are that far ahead. Can you beat FF7 without counting steps? Oh, yeah. You can get a pretty good time without the step route. The step route is kind of it's like an intermediate thing to do. Like, if you want to start running this game, I think that you first, at the very start, running this game, you don't learn steps. You learn menus, shops, boss strats, major skips, right? And the general where to go. That's the beginner stuff. Intermediate stuff is like step route and you know, maybe getting a little bit more advanced with your boss strats and that kind of thing. And then the and world map manips. World map manips also, I would say, are like intermediate. And then advanced stuff is like learning the new world map manips with like arm swing menus, elevator manip, doing like the Kuma strats on bosses and stuff like that. There's so there's like advanced stuff that is that kind of thing. But all right. Have I seen an increase in submissions lately? Honestly, the PC version of this game has been popping lately because of these individuals. Fran, Zergu, Sleepy Jake, Basics just started running. Into Variants has been a recent popular runner. These individuals, also the Matt Davis, They have been running the PC version like mad lately, and so not because of my video or anything. There have been a lot of that lately. My tutorial has definitely been getting more attention. Yes, in fact, it puts a little bit more. What is he doing here? It puts a little bit more pressure on me now to fix some of the things about it. There's a couple of things about it, like, I think that the elevator manip section is quite bad because that strat was rapidly developing while I was making the tutorial. And so that whole section needs to get redone. And then also, I didn't know what formation, I didn't know exactly how formations advanced when I made the tutorial, which is on the step count video. So that's on a pinned comment, which is okay, but I don't know. Anyway. Okay, let's see what he's doing here. So, menu.
Call that.
What does he do? I think he's just trying to do the trick. He's like screwing up the trick a bunch of times to get into config. Okay. He wants to switch to wait. Did he get the trick in the end? No. Also, he's not doing the ATB wait trick, where right here, you double input over to wait by pressing right X. Anyway. Oh yeah, he's enjoying it. See, this is like how it's supposed to be when you're a new runner. You know, you make mistakes and it's just like, ah, shit. Well, it's practice at least. Okay, so there is a second reason to Alt F4 the game. So he Alt F4'd the game before, remember? The other thing that did is it zeroed out some other RNG values, the field RNG values. Field RNG controls things such as how many floors up you go when you do the button here. So let's see if we can follow this elevator manip. The first thing that he did here is, okay, so the elevator, first of all, it is counting up a frame counter every single frame that you're in the elevator. And when you press the button, it uses that frame counter in order to determine how many spots on the RNG table to jump in order to give the random number that produces how many floors you jump up. Does all that make sense? Okay, so the first thing that he's doing is he is holding the triangle button because when you enter the menu, it freezes the script that is counting in the elevator, and he wants to freeze it at a consistent spot. So by buffering triangle, it plays the cutscene of Cloud walking in and the doors closing, Cloud turns around, and then you gain control. You always gain control on the same frame, and so if you're buffering triangle to open this menu, it freezes the elevator counter on the same frame with the counter at the same number every time, right? Okay, so then as he's are you guys familiar with Pokemon speedrunning where they use flow timer in order to give them a beep in order to hit circle on a certain frame to get them a certain RNG? That is used for the first elevator jump on this part because there's text boxes we get through. The rest of it doesn't use beeps, but the first one does because there's text boxes that can't be done frame perfect. So he's exiting this menu at the same time as starting a timer. And then ran up and pressed the button, which doesn't affect RNG yet. The button just starts the cutscene. And then again, because these text boxes can't be frame perfect every time, it would throw off your RNG. That's why the timer has to get used. So here we'll see if we can hear the timer, but not all streamers stream it. So we'll see if... There, did you hear that? The 5 beeps, that gives him the cadence, right? So, boom. You want to hit it on that 5th beep. Floor 19, so the thing is, we aim for a 3-frame window. You're either a frame early, you're right on, or you're a frame late. And 19, 15, 17, depending on what frame you get, you land on a different menu. You land on a different floor. And so, I do crucial, yeah. And so the 19, or the floor that you land on here tells you what RNG you hit. And then, on top of that, let me just show you guys the elevator dock that has all the manips, that has all my manips. But this one should be the same. Depending on what RNG you landed on, that means that the RNG for the rest of the manip is going to be different. And so because he Alt F4'd the game, that means that his RNG got reset to 0. Yeah? So now that we are in the we're in the elevator and our RNG is set to 0, he attempted hitting the button right on the middle frame, which is 4325. That's a pretty fast manip. However, he hit it 1 frame early, which is why he's on floor 19, and that means the entire manip is going to be different. So now from now on, everything is about controlling exactly how many frames are passing in the elevator. And this is why I screwed up elevator manip on my last 2 attempts, is because I was trying to explain all this while I was doing it, and it was overwhelming. But here's the deal. Now everything else is controlling how many frames are passing in the elevator. So let's see how that's handled. First of all, when he went to hit the button here, this is actually precise movement. He buffered running up until Cloud bonked into the button here and then released run. That puts Cloud in an exact understood position. So now when he hits the button, Cloud is going to take an expected number of frames to run back to the party. It's very important that you're in that position so that he takes exactly the right number of frames to run back to the party and then start this cutscene. This cutscene is always the same number of frames before the battle starts. When the battle starts, the frame counter is now frozen because we're not in the field anymore. Now we're in a battle, so it's not counting anymore. So the battle can take any number of frames. It doesn't matter. So it's just one of these guys. Here's a little, this is a very, very, very minor thing, but here's one of my tips, is that you've got your first character's grenade queued up here, meaning your second character is going to beat him no matter what. No matter what. So you can choose who to throw the grenade with. Barrett throws grenades faster than Cloud does. So if your first grenade thrower is Tifa here, like it was, you can now throw your grenade, you can now ignore Cloud's menu here, and instead flip over to Barrett and cue the grenade with him, because that will save you a few frames on the grenade throw animation. But anyway, back to elevator manip. Okay. So here we go. So now this is where everything is 100% control over the amount of frames that are passing. The amount of time that it takes for the party to unready here and for you to gain control of the cloud is always the same number of frames. Yeah? So what he's doing is buffering walking up so that the moment he gets control, Cloud is going to start walking towards the button. Then, in order to once again freeze the frame counter and give us information about how many frames have been counted, he's going to menu. Because the way that this manip works, at least the way that I have it written down, but we'll have to check if he does it differently. Hang on, where is it? Oh, it's here. The way that I have this written down is that what 10 frames means here is that when you walk up to the button, if you menu on the exact neutral frame, that means that 10 more frames have to pass before you hit the button in order to get the floor that we want to land on, which is floor 29. So we'll see what he does here. We'll frame by frame it. And okay, he froze the timer right here. I believe that this is 1 frame late. And so what does that mean? It means that of those 10 frames that need to pass, 1 of them has already passed, right? So now he only needs to do 9, he only needs 9 more frames to pass, or maybe it's 4, we'll double check it, yeah? So let's check what he does here, and if it's different from what I'm saying, which Jake says it's going to be, we'll check it. So how do you pass those 9 frames? You might be asking, how do we pass exactly 9 frames? Well, if you exit the menu and buffer holding triangle, it will pass exactly 1 frame and reopen the menu. So we see 1 frame, 2 frames, 3 frames. Okay, after passing 3 frames, that time he buffered holding circle so it hit the button on the exact frame. So just like Jake said in chat here, he didn't do 10, he did 4. This is what I have written down. So now it is time to double check using a Python script that I wrote that this is legit. All right. So let's go Python projects, floor finder, simulator. Okay, here we go. So he's on list 0. If you're on list 0, because again, we Alt F4'd the game, which reset our RNG to 0, then this is the floors that are possible to hit. Because it's looping 16. Because when I said that how it works is the elevator is counting a counter every single frame that decides how many RNG jumps to make. Well, it loops a 16 frame loop. So there's only 16 frames that you can possibly hit. And then 19 is the frame that he hit. Oh, but you know what? He might use a different... Jake, do you happen to know off the top of your head what flow timer setting he uses? Because I'm going to need to know that. But if it's what I use, then he would have hit floor 19 by going on frame 9. And then, yes, look at this. We can see, indeed, that floor 4, passing 4 frames, which is what he did, 2 seconds, that's not enough information. I need milliseconds. Passing 4 frames does hit you floor 29. So according to 2197, so that would be this minus I think it's like do I have it written down on here how to do the PC version? I think I wrote down here somewhere that the PC has a different offset. And it's like 200 milliseconds or something, but I don't know if I wrote it down anywhere. I think I would have written it down here. Oh, you mean give me 2 seconds and I'll get it. Oh, I see. So, okay, so it might get thrown off after this, and we'll see. But anyway, so he picked floor 4, and that does indeed check out. So now we'll see what happens after that. This doc is my document. I spent weeks on this, dude. Elevator manip, I spent weeks on. Brutal Speed also spent weeks on it, and some others. This is a very complicated trick. Radical Rick, thank you for subscribing. So now, remember when I said, this is where shit gets really important. Remember when I said that that the position that Cloud is in, running back to the party, it changes how many frames it takes him to run back to the party? Well, because he menued 1 frame late, which then made him have to do only 3 menu buffers instead of 4, which is good, by the way, because that's fewer. That also means that now he crossed a threshold where it's going to take Cloud 1 extra frame to run. So, by the way, he hit floor 29 like we expect. It's going to take Cloud 1 extra frame to run back to the party, which means on the next floor, we have to subtract 1 frame from what we expect we need to pass. So now, the reason we want floor 29 is because it does not produce a battle. Instead, it produces this guy. Now, here is one of the most magical things about this entire trick. Is that, remember how I said that you can't clear text boxes frame perfect, and that's why we needed to use the timer for the first jump? Well, get this. The thing that is counting in the elevator in order to determine the RNG outcome is this guy. It's a script on this guy that does the counting. So when this guy is now involved in this cutscene, it interrupts his counting script. So you don't have to clear these text boxes frame perfect, because he doesn't start counting again until now. So then, once again now, we walk up, and this one, he hit frame perfect. This is a frame perfect neutral menu close. So that means, according to my script, that instead of 8, remember, my script says 8, but because he was late on the previous one, that means we have to discount, and so he only has to do 7. He only has to do 7 because it took Cloud 1 extra frame to run back to the party last time. And so we're expecting 7, and he menued frame perfect, which means we expect to see him buffer 7 frames. So here we go. Boom, that's 1 frame buffered. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, I miscounted. Did I miscount? Here's the menu. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is this going to screw up?
Okay.
He did 8. Wait. He did 8. Why did he do 8? Hang on a second. Why did it work when he did 8? He did 4, but he was 1 late. Shouldn't that have put him on floor 36? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. There's no way. What if he hit late 19? Okay, Zergu is saying, what if he hit late 19? Then it's 4. Oh. We might be seeing exactly what Zergu is saying. Oh, no. I know what this is. Watch this. This is what the problem is. The problem is with my script. My script assumes that you use my timer, and my timer probably waits a different amount of time. So if we just do this manip as we're expecting to see, okay, the timer is 2400, and I think I do run up also, Jake. I also do run up. Oh, wait, but you said, I think you take 200 off. Okay, let's see if Zergu is right. We also have to see if Zergu is right. That it's actually, that we actually are on 4 and then 8. Sorry, no. That we are on 12, 4, and then 9. Okay, so let's say he's on 9 now. That means we're expecting 1 on the next one. Let's just see if that's what happens, and then we can rule out Zergu's theory. Okay. So here we go. Okay, this is another frame perfect menu. So if Zergu is right, we'll see 1 menu buffer here. Zergu's right. Zergu did it. You're right, bro. Okay, here's what's going on. When we're on list 0, I said that this is the window and he's on 9, but he's actually on 12. So he's actually on this pattern. And so then he hit 4, then he hit 9, and now he just did 1 buffer. All right? So we expect to see floor 47, and then next we're expecting to see 5. So there's floor 47, just like we expect.
Okay.
And now, once again, we're expecting 5. So, oh, this is early. Oh my God, he's nervous. This is like 2, is this 2 seconds early? Does he have to do 7 here? 1.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Never mind. Oh no, he did a -1. Ah, okay. He did -1. Yeah. Okay, yes. Check this out. So, right here, remember I said this looks like -2? He menued 2 frames early here, which means that that right now this is 0. This is neutral. This is 0. However, because he's 2 frames early, we've wrapped back to 16, 16, -1 wraps back to 15, and then -2 wraps back to 14. So he just menued on 14, so he needs to buffer 1 frame in order to hit 15 here. And there you see, he did 1 buffer. There it is. And there's floor 59. So there you go. He did it. Perfect. And his stone is 193. And so just remember that his stone is 193 from doing the manip. All right. There you go. Successful elevator manip. It all checks out. This very perfectly legit. That's elevator manip. Sorry that took so long, but you know.
Angry right now. Okay.
And yeah. As far as elevator manip goes, once you learn it, it's pretty fun to execute. I think. What is stone? Great question. Oops. Real quick, I'll give you the brief answer. So the RNG table in fields is every number from 0 to 255, all represented exactly one time each. They're scrambled up, but they're hard-coded into that scrambled order, right? It's actually the same list of numbers that the step route uses to check your danger value for an encounter. That list of numbers is a table of all. It's a 256-digit long table that is every number from 0 to 255, each represented once, but it's in the same order every time. Okay. That same table is used for general field RNG scripts, such as what decides how many floor jumps you use. It's using the field RNG table. But the field RNG table, it moves through the table slightly differently. It uses one bookmark that we call your list value, which is your position on the table. And now every time that the game wants a random number, though, it doesn't just move it by 1 to get the number. It moves it by stone. Stone is what we call your RNG index incrementer. So it jumps that many positions on the RNG table every time that it wants a random number. Stone can be any number that is a multiple of 16 plus 1. Why is it that? I'll show you exactly why. I have another Python script that I wrote in order to identify that. So here's stone, right? Or here's where we can input a stone. Let's say your stone is 1. Well, that means it increments through the list values in this order, just like you would expect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way through 255, and then it wraps back to 0, right? All right, neat. Well, what if your stone is a multiple of 16 plus 1, such as 17? Well, it still goes through every single number on the RNG exactly one time before it loops to 0. It's going to hit every position on the RNG table exactly one time, and then it's going to loop. However, as you can see, now it hits them in a different order, right? And then we can take any other multiple of 16 plus 1, like 33. Now it's going to hit them in this order. So basically, changing stone rearranges the RNG table, basically. So exactly how the elevator is working. Exactly how the elevator works, okay? Is that 0 is always last on the RNG? Not necessarily. The script I was just showing you was the position. It's the 0th position on the RNG table. The actual number that list 0 produces is 177. Don't ask me why I know that it's 177, but that's what it means. Why is it called stone? Brutal Speed named it. I think the reason he called it stone is because it actually changes very few times in the run. So at some point, the last time in the game that stone changes in the speedrun is at Bone Village, which is 3 hours and 30 minutes into the run is the last time that stone changes. And so after that, it's like set in stone. You know what I mean? I think that's why he named it that. Not sure. Anyway, so exactly how the elevator RNG works is your list is on a certain part of the RNG table, right? There is a value in the elevator that is counting up by 1 every frame. When you hit the elevator button, what it does is it takes the elevator counter and it mods it by 16, meaning it divides it by 16 and returns the remainder, which is going to be a number between 0 and 15, right? It then multiplies that number by 16 and adds 1 in order to set your new stone value. Then it uses that stone value to call RNG one time. Inconceivable, thank you for subscribing. It uses that stone value to call RNG one time, and then that's how it randomizes how many floors you jump beyond just your sequence of jumps that you're going to get if it didn't change your stone. So yeah, does that make sense? That's how elevator works. You hit the button, it uses the counter to set a new stone value, and then it uses stone to call RNG to increment your RNG index and give you that new amount. And so part of what we do with tracking the elevator manipulation is this is the stone, that value that the game used in order to get him to floor 59 here. Stone 33 would have also jumped him to 59. Stone 97 would have jumped him to 59, and so did stone 193. So yeah, there we go. How could the runner have known that he was on the other 19? He might just go for that window, you know, as in like he might have felt like he was late when he hit the button, and so he knew it was the late one, or he goes for the other window. Like it's not to, you know, Joe Rogan moment. It's entirely possible that he doesn't go for this window and instead he goes for this window. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's kind of recreate what he did here. He did 9 here, he did 1 here, and then he did -2. But hang on, we'll just highlight this for later. Okay. Anyway, let's finally move on. No, I don't use a metronome. There's something that Pokemon runners use called Flow Timer, and we just use that. Okay, so here, you might notice he delays a little bit. So he gets into his menu, and he stops, and he waits right here. What he's doing is he's making sure that this guy isn't attacking. Because if he queues up this grenade, but then this guy attacks anyway, then that just makes it so that now he's delaying. Like, when he gets to these two characters to throw their grenades on these two dudes, they might get their turns by then. Instead, he's waiting because if this guy starts attacking, he can then use this grenade on one of these two to maybe get in front of their turn. But he sees that nobody's attacking, so okay, he queues it up. And now he's waiting again to check if one of these guys is attacking. He sees that they're not, and so he puts it through. Now, you don't have to wait for this one, because these guys are, well, actually, because he did naming skip, I think Barrett's dexterity is lower, and so it might actually be good to wait on this guy. And yeah, so he sees that this guy's attacking, so there's no point in putting this grenade through. So instead, he's gonna just get an advance on this guy. And then that lets him, oh, he screwed up his he screwed up his menuing though. Right here, he buffered up in circle. Normally you would buffer up in circle to get into your item menu, but because cursor memory is on, which is what we want, you would normally just hold circle after your first grenades, but he's just muscle memorying holding up in circle, and so that put him into his magic menu, which is not great. So then he has to get into grenade, and guess what? That wasted enough time where now this guy gets his turn. So now, very smartly, once again, yes, he made a mistake, but very smartly, he's using that to now just throw the grenade on this guy because this guy's already gotten his turn. So what we're seeing mistakes, but we're seeing very fast decision making to make up for it. Okay. Anyway.
Pam. Fuck,
oh, he went too early. Right here. This big mistake. He swore in English for this one, dude. Here, he just went slightly too... Oh, you see exactly what happened. Look at this. He saw this guard start moving and started running when this guy still hadn't moved yet.
Fuck, me cago en la puta.
So this is very, very rough because now you get pincered by 2 of these motherfuckers. This is really bad. But this is what's great about starting out as a runner, is that you can still PB on this, and it's just good practice for next time, you know. Your first runs don't gotta be perfect.
That hurts. This is what it is.
This is what it is. All right. So now we're seeing the usual fast strat here now, where he ran to the middle statue. This is kind of this is the normal strat, is fast strat, is to run to the. This might even be why he made the mistake, is that he might have been too slow in getting up here, so he couldn't make it to the middle statue, and then improving from the first statue. Improving for the first statue is difficult, and it made him make a mistake, you know? But now we're on the normal strat of middle statue first. Then right when this guy goes, you can run to the middle. And then these guys are in position for you to get Barrett to the middle. And then... oh, wait, no, this is a different pattern, actually, than normal. Because normally you can run Barrett all the way through. So yeah, I guess after the fight, this is a little bit different. So now we're just... Oh, he's still... Okay, but now we're back on the fast strat. So you might notice that he's not moving right here for some reason. Why isn't he moving right here? Because he's doing the fast strat now. The normal strat, which is that we're not even looking at these guards. He's looking at these guards. And the next time that they stop moving, you can mash her all the way through. So you see they move, they stop. So now he's going to mash her all the way through. Then... get Barrett through, and then just chill on Tifa here. We'll see if he does the fast or the risky thing here. He does not. I agree with not doing the risky thing here. Not only because it's shitty to get caught, but because I don't even think it saves time. So just because some runners will put Tifa through on this movement. And then wait until that, and then on that movement they only have to put her from here to here instead of from here to here. So they're saving, you know, one Tifa run. But I timed it, and if you run her just from here, I think she just sits here doing nothing until this spot anyway, and it doesn't even save time to be risky. But maybe more. Yeah, maybe someone else could double check my work on that, but that was my conclusion. Okay, it's time for the mayor password. The mayor password is not decided by RNG. It's actually, this is Fran's run. You know what? It's taking me so long. I think I better do the shout out in the middle of the run here. I'm gonna give this runner a shout out because we're I'm taking so long to verify this. Usually I wait until the end. But here, let me grab their Twitch channel. They don't even have their Twitch channel linked on their speedrun.com profile. It's Fran B. Someone in Twitch chat has to give it to me. Fran BS3. Okay, there we go. So thank you. So now we'll pop over here. Shout out Fran B S3. There you go. So this is the runner of the run that we are currently watching. If you're enjoying his mid-run commentary and his running and you just want to see more FF7 runs, there you go. Give him a follow. So anyway, the mayor password is actually decided on what your IGT is as you enter the room for some reason. And so here we're going to see him open the menu, and what he's doing right now is he's looking at his IGT, and he's going to exit the menu next time he sees the second stick over. Okay, he went with 25. So it's a little bit different from PC to PlayStation because the load time is a different time. The way that you remember it on PC is remember better beat Materia Keeper. Better beat Materia Keeper. So if you divide the seconds digit by 4 and return the remainder, then you line that up with that saying. So 25 divided by 4 is remainder 1. From 0 to 3. So better beat Materia Keeper means that it's the B that's not best. It's going to be bomb. So the password's going to be bomb.
Bomb time.
There you go. And there he said it out loud. Now, on PlayStation, though, PlayStation has a 2-second loading time. So instead of better beat Materia Keeper, it's Materia Keeper, better beat him. Honestly, the way that I actually remember it is I just remember the number sequence 4103, and that's how many down inputs you need to do. So on PlayStation, it would be 25 would be 1, which lines up with 1 on the 4103 pattern. Because the loading time is longer, the password is actually king, and it's Materia Keeper, king. But yeah, I would just remember that 1 from the remainder lines up with 1 on the 4103. That's 1 down input is what gets you to king. But all right. Anyway, this room. He's a bit behind on steps, so you can get this encounter coming out of this door, but since he's a bit behind on steps, we're getting it first, or we're getting it a little early. Okay. And now, there's also a funny thing about this room, and this might help you in a casual playthrough also. This is the first box that you have to open. You have to open these boxes in a sequence, right? In the correct sequence. However, let me tell you guys a Final Fantasy VII secret. This is the first box that you have to open. However, if you put that right here, if you open that box first and then you put it right here, for some reason, it opens all the boxes. And then you don't have to do the rest in a certain order. All right. Now we just got some cutscenes. Oh, you'll get there, Skip the Damned. It's good to have you here. And, it just takes some time. It takes a lot of repetition, and eventually it'll all stick. And sorry, did we ever determine if left or right is faster here? Faster where? The last chest. Oh, yeah, left is faster, but from what I remember, left is faster, but it's by like 2 or 3 fractions or something.
Maybe the rest be better,
Okay. Bought this game the week it released. Yeah. It is also my favorite game. All right. Here we've got the sample fight. You can choose whether to have Barret or Tifa. Oh, and he made another mistake here. So you can choose to take Barret or Tifa. It's faster to take Tifa because she throws grenades faster. And so we can hear his live reaction to picking Barret by accident.
Oye, me cago en la puta.
All right, all right.
I was thinking.
And then, so here we go with the sample fight. Basically, the way the sample fight works is we are now in ATB wait, which means that anytime that we are in a menu, our ATB doesn't advance. So here's the grand concept about ATB. I was reading ill-mouthed when I read that from the chat, and so I said ATM. ATB. The way to think about ATB is that most people, when you first think about ATB wait, you think, oh, good, the enemies aren't going to get turns while I'm choosing my menus. But the thing is, you can take it further than that. Instead, the way to think about it is you should only let time pass when it's beneficial for you. Or maybe another way to say it, even a more precise way to say it, is you should only let time pass when it's more beneficial for you than it is for the enemy, right? Or as beneficial for you as possible. So, for example, here he's not queuing up this grenade yet, and he's not. Okay, yeah, here we go. He's not queuing up this fire yet, because he wants to because Cloud is queued, and so if he released this fire right now, it would start letting ATB fill, which would be giving all of them ATB, well, except for him. His ATB is already full right now, that's why his turn is going. But it would be giving all of these guys ATB, but it would only be giving Barrett ATB. Cloud is already full, Red's already full, yeah? So, instead, he waits until Cloud throws his grenade.
We're going to that.
Then as Cloud's jumping back, now he's going to put in this fire because Cloud's ATB is about to reset. There it is. Now the benefit is that 2 of our characters are gaining ATB, not just 1. It makes 0 difference as far as the turn order when you put that red grenade in. For the red grenade itself, or in this case, a fire to save a grenade. But it gets more ATB for our party members. So then he's going to hold time here and then not put this grenade in until Red's ATB is empty. There it is. Puts it in. Again, hold time here until Barrett empties, then put it in. Do you see how that works? That's just how... Oh, he made a bit of a mistake on Red there. But that's how we're maximizing our turns versus the enemy. Cloud dying here, pretty brutal.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Alucard.
By the way, I don't think it's beneficial to use fire every time. I think you can only use 1 fire, and after that, you're losing turns. Fire saves 1 grenade, because it's like, here's the deal. It takes 8 grenades to kill this boss, but actually it takes 7 grenades and some change. The fire is the change, right? The fire is the change, and then you need 7 grenades. If you give him change twice, he still needs 7 grenades. Or he still needs, 7 more grenades.
But my God. Horrible.
But all right.
Thank you for being here, dude. It's bad.
So here, let's see. Probably doesn't grab the E skill because probably don't need it. Yep. Fire plus a Braver is safe. Interesting. All right, and then battle here. Wait. Hang on a second. I have to follow the step route here real quick because I think I missed something. There should be a battle here, right? Yeah. Battle here with the Moth Slasher. Yep. Just as expected. Right in position. So then...
I was thinking... horrible.
Okay, so then here there should be a battle with... there should be a preemptive battle on this traversal, yeah? There it is.
Well,
Oh, but it's not preemptive because the this formation isn't preemptible, so it's not preemptive. I am surprised he got it that late though. Is this just PC fraction resets, or I'm really surprised how far he got before getting that battle.
Bam, bam. We can.
But let's move on. You're supposed to get it after jail. So here's the thing, like, I'm glad we got like the PC runners in the chat who can help me with this particular step route. Why do you expect it after jail? Because if his last encounter, fleeing a battle resets danger, yeah. If his last encounter is right here, yeah. If the last encounter is right here, how is he managing to get almost to the door? I guess it's got to be PC fraction resets, right? I'm guessing PC fraction resets just gave him some extra movement here.
Well. Bam, bam. We can.
But all right. Because that's one thing. Again, and this is why there's more questions on the PC version than on the PlayStation version. Here's so here is kind of what we're talking about. We always talk about how every 8 frames of movement is when the danger checks happen in hostile areas, right? Well, there's a slight difference with the PC version versus the PlayStation version, which is that every single screen transition, the PC version starts over its 8-frame counter, and on the PlayStation version, it doesn't. So every single field transition into a hostile area in this game saves you a basically random amount between 0 and 7 frames of movement compared to how you expect to see it on the PlayStation version. And then, yep. So that's about where we would So getting the last encounter at the door, and then now considering fraction resets, getting this about here is just about right. And then yeah. So here he's doing a setup to trigger this encounter and talk to Barrett on the same frame, which releases him and lets him immediately come down here and talk to Tifa, which ends this cutscene. So that saves a few seconds. How many transitions are there in a run? A lot. It's a lot easier to stay on steps on PC. But remember, every time that we have to stop and force an encounter, you lose all of that extra movement. So you keep getting normalized throughout the run. Or equalized, I should say. All right. Here, let's see. He probably chooses remove. No, he chooses leave. So that leaves Cloud and Tifa's materia on, yeah? So we're going to have to pay attention to that. There is a task for... I don't think that there's an any % task. Or any tasks on the PC version. But there's a few tasks for the PlayStation version. There's an any %, there's an any % no slots, and there's 100%. The 100% task is awesome. I actually have a full commentary beginning to end of the tasks if you're interested in hearing me yap over them. Chucky made a PC task for the CD version. Okay, funny.
That's nice. Not so nice.
So this fight is pretty basic. We just throw grenades at him. Grenades are really good.
Okay.
Whoa! So there's where front row Barrett kind of screws you. He didn't back row his Barrett, so he took way too much damage there.
No.
But all right, so now he gets one more turn. And then he dies to this grenade. 2 grenades after he starts spinning. Rufus time. So this is the tricky thing about the dog. The dog has 140 HP, and your grenades have a chance to do 139. They even have a chance to do 138. He did not get screwed.
Fuck you.
Ooh, the crit. Nice crit, asshole. 4 grenades takes Rufus down.
Oh my god, I won't limit.
And there it
Waiting
is.
grenades. Oh my god. Fucking close. Fucking crit.
Okay, okay.
Su puta madre.
So let's take a look if there's a menu here. Because since he didn't take off Cloud's materia, makes me think that's probably why he didn't Braver, because he didn't want to underroll. Rufus, I mean. Okay, okay, so yeah, no menu here. Alright, alright. And we're just motorcycle gaming. Thing about the motorcycle game is the red bikes don't try to pass you. So the trick is to kill only non-red bikes. And there's only 3 slots for bikes to spawn. So once you have 3 red, you just keep swinging and they never try to get past you. Oh yeah, especially based on that apps roll, right about that. Alright, so here's Motorball, and then again, this is an any percent run, so after this boss fight, it's gonna get wild.
Don't do nothing with it.
Alright, so Bolt 1, not doing too much damage. You don't want to over damage this boss, or he does like a super brutal counterattack.
We are on 1. Stop. We are on 2.
So Bolt 2, under damaging. Bolt 3 queued up. There's going to be another kind of wild thing that happens here.
4.
Okay, Bolt 4. With 2 grenades. Bolt 5. Then he stands up. I think he over-damaged. I think he put in an extra grenade. Because this Bolt 5, you're supposed to stop here. But he put in an extra grenade with Barrett. Did this counter him? Yes. Okay. Okay. I have to run to the bathroom before I explain this. Oh, okay. Where are we at here? Where are we at? What we're doing is
Yes.
so Motorball. So this boss you don't want to over damage, because if he's hunkered down and we get him underneath a certain health threshold, he will counterattack, which takes a long time and does a lot of damage. So the strat that he's using right now is the 10 grenade strat, it looks like, where you do a bolt and 2 grenades 4 times, and then you sandwich it with a 5th bolt, but no grenades after that. And what you have to do while you're doing that is you got to pay attention to the average amount of damage that you're doing, which you want to be under 223. You want your average to be less than 223. If it's over, you're going to over damage and you need to make an adjustment. But that doesn't appear to be a problem here. But if we count here, we've got bolt. So bolt 1, 2 grenades.
We are 1. Stop. We are 2.
Bolt 2, 2 grenades. Bolt 3, 2 grenades. Bolt 4, 2 grenades. Bolt 5. So this is generally where you would stop and wait for him to stand up before you finish him off. However, I wonder if it's a premium feature, Jake. I'm not sure. So, I wonder if he thinks he needs to grenade because his bolts are so low, you know? But it turns out to be a bad idea here. So he's throwing this grenade before he stands up, which generally means you're guaranteed to over damage. Again, he might have made this decision intentionally because of how low his bolts were rolling, but as we can see, when he throws that grenade, we can tell by the fact that Barrett's ATB is still full. Barrett's ATB did not empty after throwing that grenade. What does that tell us? That tells us that this right here is not Motorball's turn. This is a counterattack. So he's countering, where he hunkers back down. Okay, I think Barrett, I feel like Barrett's ATB did refill after he stood up. I think I think what's going on, I might have to double check the AI script, but I think him standing up was the counter, and then him getting back down is his turn, right? But if he's still down, that's what it is. If you don't over damage him, he spends his turn getting up, and then you kill him. But if you do over damage him, he counters you by turning up, or by standing up, and then he spends his turn rolling firing you. So this is the punish. And all right.
Nice.
There we go. Chair and paused video, name a more iconic duo, I'll wait. I hear that having a chair stream with a playing video is even more iconic. I hear that that's very common. All right, are you ready for it to get wild? We are about to see several exploits that are only possible on the PC version. Or only useful on the PC version for a couple of them. So first of all, this is a technique called Barrett Skip, where once again, it is a paralysis dodge. There is a trigger down here that starts the cutscene, and you can talk to Barrett. So what he's doing here is he's doing a movement setup where as Cloud comes off of the hook here, you buffer running left, you know? And then at a certain point you start running down left. So bonk, bonk, bonk. Then you start running down left. That gets you right in position to have a nice big window to hit the cutscene trigger and talk to Barrett on the same frame. Boom. Oh, he missed it though. So now, since he missed it, we're doing the backup now. Let's go is what triggers the minute-long cutscene that we're trying to avoid. So instead it's let's stay here for a while, and then that lets him try again. So there you go. There you saw the backup. He ran left, and then boom, down left, triggered the cutscene and talked to Barrett on the same frame. You can tell because the cutscene is starting, and Barrett turned towards him. So Cloud running up like that means you started the cutscene, and Barrett turning towards him is what means you talk to Barrett. So now we have movement when we're not supposed to, which means that we can just leave during this cutscene and skip the rest of the minute-long cutscene. So then what he's doing now is a world map manipulation. When you enter the world map, the RNG is seeded based on the in-game time. So unlike the field, where the RNG table is a static list of numbers that is the same every time, and unlike battles, where the RNG table is a static list of numbers that's the same every time, the world map actually populates the RNG table based on your in-game time. So he's waiting for a certain IGT that he has written down.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yep. He caught that he doubled there. 4.
Let's go.
So those 4 left presses are just to change RNG once again. And so let me just show you guys real quick what that looks like. So he's probably not looking at this exact file, but it looks something like this. And so if we go here, and then I'll open it up in Notepad so it's a little bit bigger for you guys. So this is basically the kind of thing that we're looking at. It's just every eligible IGT as well as instructions that you do after it. So what you do is, let's say your IGT is going to be 139.30. You have to quickly look at this sheet and say, okay, the next possible one after that, we wait for 139.36. And so then if you leave on 36, you have to do 6 left inputs and 5 down inputs in order to adjust the IGT in order to adjust the RNG from this IGT to get what we want. These numbers, don't worry about them. And so yeah, that's kind of how this works. And so, hang on. Okay, here we go. So I don't know if I have this IGT written down. Let's check.
50.
Oh, I probably do. 128.50. So let's cross-reference that. Yeah, here it is right here. Oh, whoops. We'll use this so you can see it better. 128.50 right there. The instruction is 4 left and nothing else. So there you go. He left at 128.50. So that means if he does 4 left inputs and then starts going, what these mean is he's going to get 751 frames of movement before his first battle happens. And if it's in the Midgar area, I think is how this works, he'll get battle formation 40. So let's check that. Do I have my old notes on this? Yes. So formation 40 is 2 devil rides. So if that says grasslands though, and not Midgar. Anyway, we'll see if that actually turns out to be true. It depends on how far he gets. Okay. So anyway.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, If you had a perfect run, I think my Chrome is crashing. If you had a perfect run up to this point, would you need the chart still? The chart of IGTs? Yes, because it helps you get only one world map encounter on the way to Choco Farm instead of 2 or 3. And Thanksgiving plans? This Sunday. Oh, by the way, I told you guys I wasn't going to stream until Sunday, but I'm streaming today. What's the deal with that? Because I have Thanksgiving plans with my family tomorrow. So I stream every other day. We skipped a day. We skipped a non-stream day. So we got 2 stream days in a row here, and we're back to every other day now. Chrome, are you okay, buddy? Oh, we're back? We're back. All right, we're so back. Let's go. So there we see his 4 left inputs that we expect. Now we expect to see 750 frames of movement before he gets an encounter. Oh, he screwed it up though? Wait, how did he screw it up? And Ginger Gooch, thank you for subscribing. Ginger Gooch. 128.50.
Okay.
1. That looked like 2, 3.
4.
Was that another double? I think he did 5. We got to frame by frame it. Okay, so here we got 1 frame. Here we got 1 frame, 2 frames of cloud movement.
2, 3.
So he caught that double. And now 1 frame, 2 frames. So it is expected that his his manip didn't work because he accidentally did a 2 frame instead of a 1 frame twice and did 5 lefts instead of right. Now, I do have a tip for you though. Let me think about it for a second. If you do this, it increments. Wait, can you fix this? Doing a left increments your fractions by 2 and your RNG index by 2. So to fix 1 extra left input, you would have to go down 1 to reduce your This is a logic puzzle. Okay. So left input effectively nets you plus fractions because it's a fraction going left and then a fraction going right. Then it's plus world map RNG because a frame left and a frame right both increment your RNG. If you do a down input, that only pluses your fractions. If you do a menu, that only pluses your RNG index. So if you do a left that you're not supposed to do, yeah, it doesn't work. You can't fix it. Nope, there's no way to fix it. All right, moving on.
4. Let's go. I think I do 5.
Can you re-enter Midgar? You could re-enter Midgar in order to... Oh, he just said he thinks he did 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, there you go.
Fuck me.
All right, so we'll see how the RNG goes after his early battle. There's a second one.
Oh,
I
have to remember I have to heal Tifa.
And then, so resetting the step count, I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
Was 2.
But if you go back into Midgar, you have to do Barrett skip again. It starts the cutscene over, you have to do Barrett skip again. It'd be faster to just take the extra battle. A fraction means 1 frame of movement. The game counts every frame of movement. And so on the fields, when we talk about how the encounters happen, or the danger increments and the battle checks happen every 8 frames. Well, every frame you increment your fractions, and your fractions roll over every 8 incrementations back to 0, and that's when that triggers. And then on the world map, it's a little bit different. The world map actually does the danger increment and the battle check every 17 frames. Your fractions roll over back to 0 at 17. And what's even more interesting about the world map, though, is when the world map first loads in, your fractions load in at negative 140. So you get 140 frames of movement before your fractions are 0. And then you get 16 more frames of movement before any danger increments or battle checks occur, and that's when it starts. Yeah. And then also, if you buffer your movement into the world map, it also lets you move for 13 frames before it even starts counting fractions. So in total, if you buffer your movement into the world map, you get 169 30 FPS frames of movement before the first battle check occurs. Yeah, there you go. All right. So we're catching a chocobo. Whoa! Whoa! 4-2 Productions, Death Unites Us. How's it going, buddy? Great to see you. Thank you for the 10,000, or for the 1,000 bits. Sorry, thank you. All right. Equipping Choco Lure, restore on Tifa so he can cure the party. He does not cure Cloud, though. This is actually extremely intentional, the fact that he did not cure Cloud.
Have to throw a grenade on.
And so here we go. So there's a manipulated encounter in order to get a chocobo. So now what he's going to do is queue up a grenade on one of the dudes. Then he queues up a self grenade on Cloud to lower his HP to nearly 0. Except I think he wanted Cloud to die. So he might have to make up for this. I think he wanted Cloud to die here.
Alright.
But that wasn't quite enough. I'm doing my best, Centauri, but none of these motherfuckers are cheating! Okay. We have to explain this trick real quick. Alright? When you get into a fight with the Midgar Zolom, it teleports you out of the swamp. Yeah? Teleports you out of the swamp. But what side of the swamp does it put you on? Specifically, there is a bit in memory that is a 0 or a 1, and it changes when you step off the grass, not when you step on the grass. It changes when you step off the grass. So when he steps off this grass here, boom, the bit is set in memory that if he gets into a fight with the Midgar Zolom, he gets teleported to this side of the swamp. Okay? Now, there's another piece of tech going on. At this particular part in the game, they coded in like a soft lock prevention, where notice he hasn't gone to Calm yet. And if you don't go to Calm, you can't go all the way to Junon, because in the Mithril Mines, there will be a cutscene that stops you, and the party says, we shouldn't be here yet, you need to go to Calm. And the developers didn't want, because normally when you get off the chocobo, it runs away. And the developers didn't want you to run to this side of the ocean, or swamp, get off the chocobo runs away, you can't get through the cave, and now you're stuck on this side of the swamp because you can't get past the Zolom without some trickery, right? So they coded in a special thing where when you step onto the grass, basically it's every first triangle of grass here. When you step onto it, it sets another bit in memory that enables the dismountable chocobo, which only works before you go to calm. So it sets a flag in memory that says you can get off the chocobo, and Cloud is going to tell it to stay, and it'll stay. And then there's a trigger over here in the swamp that turns that flag back off. So if you run back out of the swamp on the chocobo, it will turn that flag back off, and then when you get off when you get off the chocobo, it will run away, right? However, look at what the trick is. He stops right here, okay?
No. Oh, fuck.
Didn't get it that time. So now, because he stepped onto the grass and then had to step back off to bait the Zolom, that means he needs to go all the way back to reset the flag to get the teleport to go back there. So we'll see one of these work. There it was. I think that worked. That looked good to me. Because you could see the chocobo pop up a little bit. So, what's going on here? Boom. He's standing right here. Watch this trick. Look at this frame. On this frame, you can see that the chocobo has popped up, which means it is no longer in the swamp, it is on the grass. Because it's on the grass, the flag is set to make the chocobo dismountable. But because the last side of the grass that he stepped off of is still the other side of the swamp, that means that this battle with the Zolom is now going to teleport him.
Nice.
Oh, dude, it attacking Cloud was really lucky because we want Cloud to be dead, but it fucking missed him. Nice miss, idiot. Oh man. Okay, but he queued up a Tifa attack to fix it.
Please.
Very good, very good. But here we go. So now, as we can see though, back to the trick.
Please.
Back to the trick. Because he got the battle after stepping onto the other side grass, the dismountable chocobo flag was set. But because he got teleported over the turn it off flag, he gets now we're teleported to this side of the grass because this is the last side that he stepped off of. And that teleported him over the thing that sets the flag back off. So he has a chocobo that he can dismount on this side of the grass. How about that? Isn't that neat? So now we're going to see why that matters. Why do we need a chocobo? We got many questions. Why should Cloud be dead? Why do we have a chocobo that we can dismount? Well, first, he is going to re-trigger this cutscene up here in order to do another trick. All right, so here, when you trigger this cutscene, Cloud walks into a specific spot on the world map here, like an exact position, right? And yes, the dismountable chocobo is stored on your save file. Because think about the problem that they're trying to solve. If you were playing the game casually and you ran into that side of the grass, and then you dismounted the chocobo and saved your game, and saved your game, and then you loaded it, and then you got back on and off for some reason, and it ran away, then you would be, that would cause the soft lock that they're trying to solve. But the flag doesn't work after you. Anyway, sorry. I gotta get back to what we're talking about here. So when you trigger this cutscene, it puts Cloud into an exact spot in space. Okay. So now he did a movement setup to move. He did specific frames of movement in order to get into exactly this spot. And now, let's get back to real time. The reason that he's in this specific spot is because there's a specific text box coming up. This text box, right? Yes. Because he's paralysis dodged, he can move and menu during this cutscene. Then, this text box, if you were to close this text box and start walking Cloud down and right on the exact same frame, it will cause the cutscene to advance alongside Cloud leaving the screen, and Cloud will leave the screen and leave the cutscene on the exact frame that is between the game emptying out the party and opening the menu for you to create your party. You know, we're about to create our party, and so the way that you do all that on the exact same frame is very easy. He opens the menu and then closes the menu, buffering down, right, and circle. So the circle press closes the text box, the down, right walks Cloud off. It's starting to fade out because it's going to put him into the menu to build his party, but he exited the screen because of the movement setup. So again, it exited on the exact frame where it emptied the party, but we haven't put anybody into the party, which is how we now have only Cloud. What that achieved is getting solo Cloud into the party. Yeah? Why do we want solo Cloud? You'll see later. Cloud's also dead. So right now, our party consists of a single dead character. Now, this is where the dismountable chocobo comes into play. There's a little thing called cloud surfing, all right? So cloud surfing is is something we can do. This works on the PC and the PlayStation version. And here's how you set it up, okay? If you get into this position, and there's many positions that work, but he's getting into this position where he bonked down there, or he hit the wall, and then he gets off the chocobo. This gets Cloud to bump into a couple world map triangles down here, and here's how the game's hit detection on Cloud works. Before the game checks Cloud against every single triangle of the world map, like the game checks every triangle on the world map to see if Cloud is standing on it. But in order to speed that process up and free up resources, they made it so that the game actually keeps track of the most recent 6 triangles that Cloud has stood on. And it first checks those triangles. It will see if Cloud is standing on one of those stored triangles before it checks any of the others. Does that make sense? So that way, So that way, if it sees that he's still standing on one of the last 6 triangles that he stood on, it doesn't bother checking all the other ones. It just lets him stand on it if he's still in position to stand on it. So here's where the fuckiness comes into play, okay? Is that those 6 triangle pointers that are stored, they don't update when you're on a chocobo. They don't update on a chocobo. So now we're moving the chocobo away, and what we're doing is we are unloading that part of the world map, and a different part of the world map is loading into its slot. So this movement is to load the world map chunks in a certain order to get a specific other world map chunk to load into this chunk slot. And now this chunk is reloaded, but it's in a different slot now. Okay? And here's what happens. The pointers to triangles on Cloud for his last 6 triangles, they are not pointing to the specific region, the specific chunk. They are pointing to a spot in RAM. And that spot in RAM has a different chunk loaded into it now. And that different chunk in the spot where these triangles were, it has different data. And that different data, the game is going to attempt to interpret as a triangle. And what it's going to see is it's going to see a triangle that has all 3 of its vertices in the exact same point in space, meaning it is a triangle that has 0 area. 0. And that is going to activate a bug, an oversight in Cloud's hit detection programming, which is that if the game is comparing Cloud against a triangle, but the triangle's returning zeros on its area, it bugs the game out, and the game always thinks, it always returns true, yes, Cloud is on the triangle. So, what that means, but now the game does only care about it within this chunk. But what that means is that within this chunk, Cloud is going to have absolutely free movement. He can stand anywhere. And so what we can use that for, here it is. Here we bumped down to the point triangle, which is considered to be a little bit lower down. Cloud always dismounts the left side of the chocobo, yes, and the chocobo will rotate to make it happen if it has to. So now we can run down here and across the river. And it just so happens that the next chunk starts right here. But by the time we get to the next chunk, we would need another point triangle in this chunk to be able to traverse on it if it weren't for the fact that this grass right here is traversable. So this is what we call cloud surfing, is when Cloud has free movement because of this glitch. And that allows us to cross this river and get to this side without having to watch the entire calm flashback. And yeah, this is also referred to as Calm Skip 1.0 because this is the first way to do Calm Skip. But there we go. So now
133.
we're on this part. So you might be wondering, why do we even want to be over here? Because the answer is not to go to Junon. In a normal run, what we would want to do now is go to Junon, having not gone to Calm, right? However, the actual purpose of doing it on this run, which is not going to go to Calm or Junon, is only because there is a specific encounter in this area that we need to get in order to cause more glitches to occur. So let's see that happen. Here, what he's doing is, once again, he is waiting for a certain IGT to save the game. Because later, he's going to load the game, and he wants to load the game on a certain IGT so that the world map RNG loads in a manipulatable fashion. So this is just like waiting before you leave, except it's waiting before you save. So here we go. 134.03. Save as quick as possible. Now he Alt F4s the game. And now, well, thanks. I'm not. I don't really need viewer updates. I'm glad everyone's here. Hey, I'm very happy to hear that everybody's here. All right. And here we go. So now what we've done is we loaded a file that was made earlier in the run. So remember, right after he fought Guard Scorpion, do you guys remember that he made his characters really low on HP and then saved the game into this slot? So now he's loading that file that he made earlier. Okay. And now we're going to see an interesting decision. He's going to purposefully game over.
Come on. Now
he gets the crit when it didn't matter anymore. So there's a reason that he's doing a game over here. The reason he's doing a game over is because the PC version specifically does not do... JD, good to have you. The PC version specifically does not clear out all of its RAM values properly like the PlayStation version does. And the flag that we are specifically getting here to carry on is this countdown timer. So by gaming over here and then loading into the world map, now we're on the world map, but we have that flag still active. So now he's doing a world map manipulation by loading in on that certain IGT that he saved on. And that manipulation gets him this encounter. This encounter is formation number 65, right? I still got my forms up. Here it is. The two Neurosopheroths and a formula. This is encounter 65, and that number 65 is very important. And remember, we had solo dead Cloud. So now we've got encounter 65. We've got timer active, but the timer doesn't even matter because we're gaming over right away. Because Cloud is dead. Okay? So now... Now we load this file, again, that he made during this run, in order to fight the Midgar Zolom. And why are we fighting the Midgar Zolom? It's very quick to get the Midgar Zolom fight, and we have all of the flags set. Here's what the game is going to do. Because the timer is here, and the time... Tell me, you guys, what happens when the timer reaches 0 during the reactor countdown? What happens? Well, the game will immediately exit the battle, and it will show you the reactor exploding. To show you the reactor exploding, you need to be in the reactor, right? So now, the game thinks the reactor is supposed to explode, and so it warps you to the reactor. It doesn't blow up properly, but it does warp you to the reactor. However, we are later in the game than this. And this box is part of the glitch. Look at this. These are our characters from later in the game. We just warped here from the... And the game still thinks we're in the grasslands area. You see that? Grasslands area. So now, he's going to save the game again. And Alt F4. And why is he saving the game? Because the way that the game is bugging out right now, this number 65 is about to become very important. Why don't I just show you Mako Reactor? Where do I have it? I have it right here. This is a program called Mako Reactor that allows you to look at field scripts, and we can look at what the fields are. What's field 65? Start map. Oh, what the hell is start map? We're about to find out. We're about to go there, baby. Here it is. Oh, hang on. He went through it quickly. Start map is what we like to call the debug room. So by executing all of that shit, we have just wrong warped into the developer debug room. From the developer debug room, you can run straight down, which gets you into this room, where you can talk to Cowboy Tifa, and you can select what part of the game you want to warp to. Well, LAS 4-0 is the closest thing to the end of the game that's not past it. And also, if you hold R1 while you do this, it also gets you like even closer. And so what this is now is the very last cutscene before the final encounter. Oh. And here's the final encounter.
I have more than a minute to say.
Boom. Boom. The wrong warp to the end.
4 minutes.
So, there you go. Now, you might say, so the thing is that this run is very, very, very interesting. The strats are crazy. The glitches are crazy. You know, it's only possible on the PC version because of that. Oh yeah. The FMVs are gonna be funky here. Yeah. Good call. So So right here, the game tries to play the FMV of clouds soaring through space.
Your good luck, eh?
But
Finally.
because we never properly sequenced into disc 2, disc 3, the game is still referencing disc 1 FMVs, and it plays this cutscene. I forgot to mention that part. Which also saves time because that FMV is shorter. But okay, so yeah, really interesting run. Crazy strats. However, you know, also though, a lot of people aren't into this run because it skips so much of the game. You know, it's like a totally different experience. But yeah, these runs are the tech is very, very cool. And all right. So there you go. Now it's time to time the run. Get the official timing here. Let's go to this site. We pop this in. Okay. Take me back, and now we got an old man squint here to find the first frame. Boom, right there, first frame. Last frame is much easier to find. The timing ends when the final damage numbers on Sephiroth appear. Boom, that frame. All right. 1:39:10 is the final time. So, take us all the way back here. Take us to this one. Full game, PC, any percent, no turbo, that guy, 1:39:10. On PC. Throw the exact timing in, verify, and then because that was because he beat this time, I'm verifying his slower one as well. I verified his faster one out of the 2 that he had submitted, and there we go, 2 runs out of the hopper. All right. There we go. There was a PC any percent verification for you. I've got a little fun thing to show you guys, by the way. I programmed something. Let me show you a visual aid that I made for an upcoming video. Oh, thank you. Wife reminded me to take my antibiotics. I got the first part of a root canal done a week ago or so. So they got me on antibiotics to bring the swelling down. Okay. Oh dude, yeah, we could do that. I could show you guys Ocean Skip. Okay. Real quick though, let me show you guys something. All right. So Lua scripts. I programmed this the other day. Who verifies my runs? One of the other 3 verifiers. You got Zeal, Ace Zephyr, and RJ are the other 3. Are the other 3. Wait. Are you kidding me? Are you for real? That there was a problem with that run that I just verified? Like an accidental problem? He saved in slot 1 after Guard Scorpion and loaded slot 2. Are we for real? I just totally missed that. Okay, okay. I'm gonna need... Dang, dude. That's too bad. Okay, hang on a second. The funny thing is, I admit, normally I would check that, but because I'm streaming, I thought that that would be too boring to check, and that's no good. All right, let's take a look. Let's be sure. That was no turbo. That was down here. Okay, okay. So, all right. Let's verify the save files. One thing to know about verifications is that a verification is not final. You can go back and reject a run at any time if something else comes up, you know? And so it's up to, so, you know, while the moderators are the people to actually change the verification status, if you, a viewer, ever find something wrong, you know, let us know. Okay, so here was this. All right. So this. So what do we got? Save. Game 1, slot 1. So game 1, slot 1 was the reactor. 1914. Okay. Then the second save game doesn't happen until Elevator, right? The second save game is Elevator? Okay. By the way, something like this, 100% accident kind of thing, because, you know, it's a newer runner, and also he doesn't run this category, so this is all different. He normally runs a different category, and so, okay, so here, okay, so he just, oh, yeah. So he just saved over his reactor save file instead of slot 2. Yeah. That is what happened. So then I just want to hear his reaction to loading slot 2 now. I want to see like how he says it.
It takes 8.
Okay.
120. Go.
So yeah, it is good practice to always start with a blank save file slot, you know? And yo, Mimicray, welcome on in.
Nice.
Yeah, we just checked the elevator manip save, Joe. Okay, so here's another save. So that's slot 3. And then Dead Cloud now is a save, right? Oh, it's a save down here, right? After calm skip.
133.
So that's slot 1 now. And then there. So this file that he just loaded was not created during the run. Yep. So yeah, I would 100% chalk this up to a mistake. But it is a rejected run. You are right about that. Which means now I have to unverify the other one too. So hang on. We gotta go here. We gotta go show obsolete. We gotta go. It was this is the one that I didn't look at. So we need to update this one to pending. All right, and then This is the one that we just looked at. And we have to go save. Let's give a timestamp. Oh, yeah, 1:36:29. At 1:36:29 video time, a save file is loaded that was not created during the run. The Reactor save file from earlier was saved to slot 1. This load is from slot 2. Except slot isn't the... It's slot... was saved to slot 1, game 1. Slot 1, game 2 is the more proper. There we go. Fran, I apologize. But yeah, 100% I expect that to be a mistake. Because that, you know, he's new to that category, and he's used to running another category that has a lot of like save file stuff in it. However, let's check one thing real quick. Let's see if he does the same thing on this run. And I just want to see if he does do the same thing on this one. I still think it's a mistake, and I think that his notes are wrong. Like he's got it written down wrong in his notes. You know what I mean? No. This one. There you go. Slot. Yeah, this one he's saving on slot 2. Nah, so there you go. Just a mistake to save to slot 1. And then because this save file from this run still existed, it didn't look like he made a mistake, you know? So yeah. There we go. All right. I wanted to show you guys something. All right, boom. Thank you for catching that, by the way. And here we go. Oh yeah, that guy's been running a lot recently. I'm sure he'll be back. And I mean that run had a lot of problems, you know. Like he got caught by the guards, for example, and that kind of stuff. All right. I want to show you something I made the other day. I'm going to be doing a new segment. I'm going to be doing a video about ATB very soon. And check this out. I wrote a little script here. A little Lua script to throw into BizHawk. And let's bring up the Lua console and let's activate it. What this script does is it draws an enemy ATB bar. So we can see this enemy's ATB bar. How about that? Isn't that cool? And so the reason I made this is to show what weight tricking is. So what weight tricking is where let's say we want to get like well, okay. First of all, let's show one thing. If we just queue up attacks here, watch what happens to the turn order. Cloud went first, then Tifa. Okay, neat. He gets a turn. Then Barrett goes. Cloud goes. Tifa goes. Then he gets another turn. Barrett goes. Cloud goes. Tifa goes. He gets another turn. You see how it's just round robin if you're just queuing up your turns without a care? All right, well, check this out. If, during their turn, I'm going to queue up 2 characters, and now I'm going to hold time. So I didn't put in Barrett's turn here, right? I didn't put in Barrett's turn, I held it. And did you see how that kept his ATB low as they take their turns and their ATB is lower? Now, I can put in this turn and hold circle, and now Cloud gets another turn before he gets his turn. Isn't that cool? That's what the wait trick is. So that's what the wait trick is. Queue up a couple turns. Wait for everybody's turn to go off. Put yours in and then hold circle. Boom, we get an extra turn. Yeah! Now, here's another thing that's interesting though. Now I'm going to show you the advanced wait trick, all right? This is called an advanced wait trick. Because watch the very subtle thing that happens here. I'm going to frame by frame it. So, we queue up 2 characters. Oops. All right. We queue up 2 characters. Hold time on the 4th. However, notice when I put this in, all right, and we frame by frame it. Okay, do you see the 3 ATB bars racing here? I'm just holding circle to queue as quickly as possible. Watch this. Both of my characters gain their ATB on the exact same frame. Cloud and Tifa on the same frame just got their turns, and the enemy does not have his turn yet, right? So if I'm holding circle, shouldn't both Cloud and Tifa get an extra turn? But watch what happens. As the menu opens, the enemy is still gaining ATB. I put in the attack by holding circle. The enemy is still gaining ATB. And look at this. Here's where it's about to happen. On this one, did we make it? On this one, we might have made it. Oh, on this one, we actually made it. I think because I did my menuing differently. All right. Hang on. Let's get this right. It might not work with Cloud and Tifa. I might have to have Barrett be one of them. All right, so that turn goes in. Here it is. So I held circle. We got Cloud's turn in, but notice now I'm still holding circle, and he actually got his turn before holding circle. Before holding circle got her turn in. You see that? So Cloud gets an extra turn, but Tifa doesn't. So one more time. So we're going to go through everything real quick. So once again, if I'm just holding circle, he gets a turn, everybody gets 1 turn. He gets a turn, everybody gets 1 turn. He gets a turn, everybody gets 1 turn. But, if we do the wait trick, we hold time. This is the wait trick. Hold time. Then, when everybody else goes, now we put it through and hold circle. Tifa beats him. However, Barrett doesn't. Most of the time, that's enough. Because later in the game, Dark, thank you for subscribing. Later in the game, it's only going to matter that we get 1 character to go because, like, Tifa's the one dealing all the damage, so she's the only one that we need to wait trick with. But there is something called the advanced wait trick, and check out how it works now. Instead of doing a regular attack, what we're going to do is we're going to go into our item menu instead of a regular attack. Okay, so now Barrett and Tifa are both... Remember, if I just put this through and hold circle, only one of them will get their turn and Barrett won't. But if we put in this grenade and then I just hold time. Okay, so what I did was just waited for both of their ATBs to be full. Now check this out. the animation of the grenade is going to hold time and keep his ATB locked right here when I put in this attack and the next one. So, oh, it didn't work. Hang on a second. Hang on, I got to get it to work. Okay. So, Red-Blooded Hood, thank you for subscribing. All right. So what we should see here is both Cloud and Tifa should get their next attack in before the enemy does. If we go boom. And there we go. Except I feel like the advanced trick didn't even work right there, but it just worked anyway. I'm doing a real bad job showing this. But anyway, I did want to show this that the script works. And somebody asked, does it work for multiple enemies? Why, yes, it does. Here's 2 enemies working. Yeah. And the most amount of enemies you can get in one battle is 6. Here's 5 working. And so there you go. So that's fun. But yeah. To show the script very briefly, these are just colors. These are just hex values for colors because I want to fill the bar in a fancy colorway instead of something really simple. And then the wait time is because the thing that activates the script basically is whether or not this memory address is 2, because that's what means that you're in the battle module, you know? The script isn't going to do anything if you're not in the battle module. Can you zoom this in? Is there a zoom in Notepad++? Zoom in. Control numpad. Ah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, so the battle module has to be when this memory address is 2, that means you're in the battle module, so that activates the rest. However, it doesn't have all of the enemy information loaded right away. So instead, I have this wait time variable that just, it needs to be 150 for us to do the rest of the script. Otherwise, it just adds to itself. So we just wait 2.5 seconds after the battle module has been activated to allow time for the enemies to load in. And then we just iterate through all 6 enemy slots. There can be 6 total enemy slots. So in a for loop here, we look at the memory address of the enemy's HP, and so the memory addresses, the enemy's slots in RAM they have a certain data structure to them, which appears to be hex 68 apart. And I say that because what I figured out, I just manually found all of their different HP values, and then when I compared them to each other, I noticed that they were all x68 apart. So instead of manually putting in all of the memory addresses, we can just put in the first one and then add hex 68 times I for each of the I's in the loop. However, I learned something about Lua, which is apparently Lua starts their indexing at 1 on arrays instead of 0. So this actually isn't the first enemy's HP memory address. This is the first enemy's HP address minus hex 68. So that this works properly. That was the thing that fucked me up the most in trying to make this script. So anyway, it says if this enemy's HP does not equal 0, well then, let's read how much ATB they have. So similarly, each enemy's ATB memory address is hex 44 apart. So we iterate through finding the first ATB, calculating the bar length, which is their ATB over 65,535 in order to get the percentage. Multiply that by 32 because 32 is the amount of pixels wide that the bar is. And then draw the rectangle, right? So the iterating 165 minus 7 times I is because each of the bars I want to be 7 pixels higher than the previous one. And so that's how we do that. These are just colors. And then we say, and then because the bars should turn yellow when they're full, right? Then if bar length is 32, if it's full, then we'll set color to this array, which is the hex colors of a full bar. Otherwise, set color to this array, which is the others. And then we just for loop through drawing the lines. I didn't want to just draw a rectangle because I wanted it to look fancy. I wanted it to have the FF7 colors. So instead of drawing a bar, like a rectangle, it draws a line 1 pixel down. So it's 165 minus 7 times I is what gets the bars 7 pixels apart, and then adding J, which is this for loop, is what sets each bar's pixel down 1, to just for loop down, drawing the lines to make the bar at the length of the length, at the color that was set. Otherwise, if the enemy's HP is 0, then it just draws an invisible rectangle in their spot. And then if we're not in the battle module, it gets rid of everything and keeps the wait time down. There you go. That's the Lua script to draw the. It's 28 lines of code, and we got fancy ATB bars for enemies. So that's fun. Anyway, the point of this is that I'm gonna use it for a video coming up where we show weight tricking. And so I will preview that right now by real quick showing it to you on a boss fight that uses weight tricking. What's a good one? Diamond weapon? Here, let's do diamond weapon. Are we already menued? Yes, we're already menued. Doo. Oh, I don't have the script active. Load her up. All right. Oh, we've got MC menuing on. Okay, but he's shooting her, so it's fine. I could. Oh, hang on. We're trying to show this right now. So here, even though Diamond Weapon already got his turn queued, limit breaks get prioritized in the turn queue. And so, once countdown appears, we release time, we send a death blow, and then we hold time. So this right here is... Why does Tifa have more HP? Oh my god, I have cheats active. I have cheats active that I was using to test the ATB script, and I forgot about them. That is funny, dude. Unfreeze all. There we go. Okay. Back to Diamond Weapon. That's so funny. Because when I was making my ATB script, I wanted to be able to sit there and just wail on the enemies without people dying. Oh. And I forgot to turn that off. Okay. Anyway. Now let's show Diamond Weapon. That's why Tifa's HP wasn't at what it was in the menu, because once we got in here, it started using her frozen RAM value. Anyway, alright, put this in. And then once again, even though Diamond Weapon's turn is already queued up, limit breaks get prioritized. So then, wait for all this to occur, put in her death blow, and get in here. Okay, so once again, this is the weight trick. So Diamond Weapon's ATB is about to empty. If we were not in a menu right now, his ATB would be immediately refilling. In fact, I am going to make a save state. All right. And I'm going to get out of the menu and look at that. See, while Tifa, before Tifa's turn is even over, he's refilled and he immediately gets his next turn, right? So the wait trick is to stay in this menu here all the way until Tifa's turn is over. And now look at how Tifa's ATB and Diamond Weapon's ATB are both empty now. And so now if we release time and hold circle, Tifa is actually going to win the race against Diamond Weapon and get a second turn. So we do this, hold circle, boom. 2 turns. So once again, this time we're going to do it in real time. During his turn, we just wait for Tifa's ATB to refill. We switch to her, queue up her turn, queue up a defend with Sid, get into a menu with Cloud. So now both of their ATBs empty. Tifa got 1 turn. Now, Tifa gets 2 turns. That's the wait trick. Yeah, and it is very close. That's actually why we need to speed up battle speed. Which we can show that now. If we, So let's show why we need to speed up, slow down battle speed for this particular fight. Let's say we didn't reduce our battle speed for this fight. Oh yeah, and at this point, Tifa is she's strong. All right. So, oops, we big guard, hold on a limit. The reason we don't put in this limit right away, by the way, is if we put in this limit right away, then once Cloud's ATB empties, right now, Sid's turn would start, but Cloud's ATB would not refill because of the way that we did it. But if we wait for the queue to be empty, then put in the boost jump, now Cloud's ATB actually refills, and we can get his death blow in as well. All right. So now check this out. Just like before, I'm going to expertly perform a wait trick, but we're going to see it not work. So she gets the hit. Wait trick, and it didn't work. You see that? So this time I should have prepared. Oh, we'll just show it right now. Okay. Let's frame by frame it this time. All right. Here's Tifa's ATB is full. You see this? Tifa's ATB is full. She beat Diamond Weapon in the race, but her menu is still animating opening. We're holding circle. We frame advance. On this frame, when Diamond Weapon's menu, or when our menu is still animating opening, he just got his turn. And so he instantly gets his turn, and we're not holding time until this frame. On this frame, we selected Death Blow, and now we're holding time. So he just gets his turn. And oh, look at that. He killed Tifa. Very cute. So there you go. So once again, or actually we have this now. So once again, with the battle speed slowed down, if we frame by frame it, boom, Tifa got her turn. The window is animating opening. Here it is. So because battle speed is slowed down and everybody's bars are going slower, but the menu opening doesn't slow down at all, now, frame advance, there it is. We just barely held time before his ATB bar filled up. Isn't that crazy? And yeah. So Fury Ring, Fury Ring would make her win the race, without weight tricking, but or without reducing the battle speed. But yeah, then she would just be doing regular attacks. Would going even slower for battle speed help? No, it is simply a binary decision of whether or not Tifa wins the race. Or whether or not we can get into this frame where we are holding time is what decides. Now, turning battle speed too low will actually cause us to stop being able to weight trick at all. Because, I guess, watch this. We put in this turn. Okay, so now, during Diamond Weapon's turn, we are relying on during Diamond Weapon's turn, Tifa's ATB refills, and it refills right now. So then that allows us to triangle, death blow, put in all of our commands, right? But now, if battle speed is too low, it's going to cause some problems. So, put this in. And so now look at this. It's... Oh. We barely... okay, so I guess we can get that Braver in still. And now here... Alright, let's see what happens. So we get her first turn. Oh, she's got counterattack on, apparently. Alright, and now go for the weight trick. So firstly, we're losing a bunch of time right here. We do use haste. Big guard gives you haste. So firstly, we're just losing a bunch of time here from how long it takes these bars to fill up. But then I'm also not confident that you can weight trick here. Let's find out. We have to wait for Tifa's bar. Okay, no, you can do it. It doesn't matter that Tifa died. Okay, we can still barely get in our commands there. But as you saw, we had to cut it way tighter because we weren't able to get to our menu in time. Oh, but does her death sentence timer run out if you do that? So yeah. Okay. Anyway, I hope that was a fun mechanic talk about ATB weight, and there you go. So here's kind of the question as far as what to do. I've been thinking about playing some drums, but I feel like there's not enough time today. And also, here's the problem. For you YouTube viewers, I can't do a drumming stream on YouTube. YouTube is way stricter about copyright, and they'll shut me down mid-stream if I try to play drums. But so it's a Twitch-only thing. So yeah, there's that. But then also we're running a little bit low on time. But I mean, I think I could do. I feel like I could do like a couple of hours of drumming. I think I could. I think I want to do that. So I think that you folks on YouTube, if you want to see drumming, you're gonna have to switch over to Twitch. So I'm gonna put in the YouTube chat here my Twitch page, and so if you want to see drumming, you're gonna have to switch over to Twitch, and there we go. How do I handle song requests? That's a really good question. Before this, I never had enough viewers to worry about it. I could just remember the queue. But nowadays, there's going to be too many requests and chat's going to go too fast, and so I don't think it's going to be possible for me to properly do requests without setting the bot up. So yeah, I'm gonna have to handle that later. Is the question? But yeah, so I'm gonna say for YouTube, thank you so much for watching the Final Fantasy VII content of today. I will be back on Monday with another stream. I'll be back streaming on Monday. And for everybody who wants to see, and also for those of you on Twitch who only cared about FF7 or don't care about drumming, I will see you on Monday also, I hope. And then yeah, but for everybody who wants to see some drumming, I'm gonna set that up here. What actions can a runner perform to keep their PB even it's time loss waste? Like if they're losing time, I mean, you just have to here. Honestly, like the question is, you need to be good at disaster recovery, right? You need to be good at disaster recovery, which means that you are not letting it spiral out of control. Something goes wrong, and you need to have the problem-solving skills to be like, all right, I'm gonna not let this tilt me, and I'm gonna continue going. I'm gonna continue playing optimally, even though things are going wrong, you know? And if you do that, then you can recover your run. Okay, it's time to set up the drums. Oh yeah, so YouTube, thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you on Twitch.